Merdeka for Connectivity 2022. For your information, during this event, we make sure that we follow health protocols. Swab test is compulsory to all participants offline prior to the event. Using mask at all time and amount of participants offline is also limited, adjusting to the size of the building. And in a few moments, we will start the event. So please remain seated. For safety reason, please allow us to inform you about safety procedures in case an emergency situation occurs during this event. The procedure is our action to secure your safety during the event. If there is anything unclear, please ask our staff members. This building has safety equipment such as hydrant, fire extinguishers, first aid kit, and some emergency exits. Please inform our staff member if you need some of the safety equipments. But if an emergency arises which requires the site to be evacuated, please do not panic. Stay calm in your seats and follow our lead to exit the building. We will guide you through the emergency exit doors, which are in every corner of the building. It will lead you to go through the emergency evacuation route. After you walk through the route, you will arrive at the assembly points outside the building. There are 4 assembly points outside the building, at Sukarno Street and beside the Asia-Africa Conference Building. From there, we will guide you to the last assembly point, which is at the Grand Mosque of Bandung. Thank you for your attention to listening this safety induction. We hope you will enjoy our event. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Sampurasun. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Good afternoon. Welcome to Gedung Merdeka, where the historical Asian African Conference was held at 1955 for Connecti 2022. And this event presented to you by the government of West Jaffa, supported by West Jaffa Creative Economy and Innovation Committee, Bank BJB, British Council, Indonesia Creative City Network, Pebble, and Asia Africa Conference Museum. And allow me to firstly welcome the attendance of special invited guests. The first one who are present online, the Honorable British Ambassador to the Republic of Indonesia and Timor-Leste, the Honorable the Vice Minister of Tourism and Creative Industry of the Republic of Indonesia, and also who are present here offline at Gedung Merdeka, the Honorable Regional Secretary of the Government of West Jaffa, the Honorable Head of West Jaffa Tourism and Culture Agency, the Honorable speakers and moderators who have come far along from their country to Bandung, West Jaffa, Indonesia, and of course, welcome to all the participants who have joined us today, whether offline here at Gedung Merdeka or online through Webex application, through YouTube Humas Jabar, and YouTube Kompas. First, let us say grace to the God Almighty. Because of its continued blessing, we are able to gather here both offline and online to participate in this event. And it is an honor for me, Agi Rahmawati, as your host, to welcome each and every one of you from the historical building of Gedung Merdeka, Bandung, West Jaffa, Indonesia. And before we start the whole series of events, let me inform you that this event will be conducted in English. For the online participants who joins through Webex application, who need assistance in translation, please tap the round button on the left bottom. After that, the taskbar interpretation will appear. Then you can choose the language that you prefer. Then click the original audio floor option, and after that, there will be another taskbar control. Then you can move the cursor to the left for interpretation, and you can move the cursor to the right for original audio. Bapak dan Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, sebelum kita memulai rangkaian acara Connecti 2022 di hari yang pertama ini, saya akan menginformasikan bahwa seluruh rangkaian acara akan dilaksanakan dalam bahasa Inggris. Untuk itu bagi para peserta daring yang menggunakan aplikasi Webex dan membutuhkan bantuan terjemahan, silahkan tap gambar bulat yang terdapat di pojok kiri bawah, dan setelah itu akan muncul taskbar interpretation. Silahkan pilih bahasa yang diinginkan, yaitu bahasa Indonesia, dan setelah itu Bapak dan Ibu dapat mengklik pilihan original audio floor, dan akan muncul taskbar kontrol lainnya. Setelah itu silahkan menggerakkan kursor ke kiri untuk terjemahan, atau menggerakkan kursor ke kanan untuk mendengarkan suara asli. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what you have witnessed as an opening act earlier before is West Jaffa's traditional art performance by Nyentrik Production. It is called Rengkap Nyentrik Dance. The performance shows the cheerfulness of the dancer with the beautiful movement which is dynamic and energetic. The dance is assembled with rampak kendang. Rampak comes from Sundanese language, which means simultaneously or together, while kendang is a traditional musical instrument. So rampak kendang is a performance that is done together, which symbolizes the harmonious way of living in Sundanese people with a spirit of mutual cooperation. And that performance, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, is aligned with the spirit and tagline of G20 2022, Recover Together, Recover Stronger. Today, we are going to participate in Connecti 2022, which is a side event of Urban 20 of G20 Indonesia that focuses on the issue of creative economy, creative city, creative hubs, cultural and creative industry. And it will be exploring the current situations This year's theme is strengthening the role of cities in handling our climate and pandemic crisis. This event aims to identify the potential and challenges for the creative economy as a strategic sector, which later can give recommendations of models and scenarios of how creative economy will thrive as an emerging global economy in the near future. In Connecti 2022, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we invite distinguished speakers for exchanges of knowledge and sharing of experiences on the roles of creative economy sectors as a strategy for post-pandemic recovery, creating resilient and adaptive society through creative and culture-based industry at local and regional levels. So please give a warm appreciation applause for Connecti 2022. Day 1. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for our first agenda of today's event, we will now listen to Indonesia's national anthem. For those of you who are present at Gedung Merdeka, please rise. You may be seated again. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next I would like to ask to all participants to let us bow our head and pray, mainly for the success of our event today, and may today's event can create a concrete action to develop creative economy, industry in West Java, and of course in Indonesia. And may we all be given safety and health. Prayer begins. Prayer ends. Thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The honorable guests, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now listen to the opening remarks which will be presented by the Vice Minister of Tourism and Creative Industry of the Republic of Indonesia. Join us online from Jakarta. I would like to invite Mrs. Angela Tanosudipyo. Would you please?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. The Honorable Mr. Owen Jenkins, British Ambassador to Indonesia and Timor-Leste, Mr. Setiawan Wangsatmaja, Secretary of West Java Province, Mr. Benny Bakhtiar, Head of West Java Office of Tourism and Culture, Mr. Rainer Kern, Cities of Music Coordinator, UNESCO Creative Cities Network, Mr. John Newbegin, Office of the Mayor of London, Chair of the Creative Industries Policies and Evidence Centers International Council, UK, all panelists and participants, good afternoon to you all. First of all, it's a great honor for me to be amongst distinguished guests and experts in the CCI space today. As we all know, before the pandemic, the Indonesian creative economy sector showed significant growth year on year. However, numerous challenges have impacted the creative economy sector due to the COVID-19 outbreak, specifically from physical restriction that affected creative workers' livelihoods, particularly the freelancers. But with this opportunity, I want us to acknowledge the resiliency of our creative actors to navigate during these challenging times. They are indeed the main engine behind the creative economy sector. And today, we have witnessed the acceleration of the creative economy, MSME's digital transformation, innovation, and collaboration that support the speedy recovery of the industry. Over the years, the Indonesian government has shown commitment to strengthen the creative economy ecosystem and to put creative sectors at the forefront of the international community's agenda. In 2018, Indonesia successfully launched the first World Conference on Creative Economy in Bali, a platform for policymakers and industry players to exchange ideas, resolve challenges, and identify opportunities within the creative economy. Then at the 74th United Nations General Assembly, 2021 is declared as the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. It recognizes the need for international community to support the national efforts of developing countries to increase their participation in and benefit from dynamic sectors and foster, protect, and promote their creative industries, including by strategies protecting and enforcing intellectual property. Moreover, it stressed the importance of regular, reliable, and comparable data on the contribution of the creative economy to the achievement of sustainable development goals. To mark the final month of the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development, the UAE hosts the second WCCE at the Expo 2020 Dubai, where 22 countries attended to witness the UAE WCCE 2021 agenda, a declaration of 21 action points to aid the development of the global creative economy. The UAE WCCE 2021 outcome focuses on supporting the CCI as a whole, including financial support for artists, sustainable creative economy supply chains, technology adaptation, and inclusivity to women and youth. Today, Indonesia hosts the G20 presidency with the theme of Recover Together, Recover Stronger, and three pillars of global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. And we feel it is the right moment and time for Indonesia to bring back home WCCE. As a side event of G20, Indonesia will host the third WCCE in Bali in October 2022 with the theme of Inclusively Creative, a Global Recovery, with four sub-themes of the future economy, intellectual property rights, creative economy for global revival, and inclusivity and SDGs agenda. And from this agenda, we expect to obtain resolutions in supporting the development of the creative economy industry as a pillar of the post-pandemic economy. To elaborate further, we will take a look at the world in 10, 20, 50 years from now, to get a map of how creativity can change the direction of the world. And we will emphasize how the creative economy fits like a glove into the world future economic ecosystem, especially in the digital space. Then we explore the importance of IP rights protection by embracing new digital preservation models, IP financing, and commercialization to advance the creative sector and improve creative actors' livelihood. We will also discuss policies and initiatives to accelerate the revival process to create a more robust creative economy ecosystem. And finally, we will answer global issues with WCCE's inclusively creative principles, especially in achieving sustainable goals and preparing our creative actors and ecosystem for the fundamental changes technology advancement brings. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia is fully committed to supporting the development of the creative economy industry as a pillar in the economy. And with collaboration with all stakeholders and everyone at the conference today, I'm sure we can produce concrete outcomes to strengthen the creative economy ecosystem for the livelihood of the creative actors and achieve sustainable goals. So let's work together, recover stronger, and come back stronger. Salam ekonomi kreatif. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, Santi, Santi.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Angela Tano Sudibyo, as the Vice Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy to the Republic of Indonesia. You may leave the forum and continue your next working agendas. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next we will listen to the report of the committee of today's event, which will be delivered by the Honorable Head of West Java Tourism and Culture Agency, to Mr. Benny Bahtiar. Would you please?
Permission for open my mess. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and greeting. Sampurasun. Dear Honorable Vice Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy Republik Indonesia, Mrs. Angela Tanu Sudibyo. Dear Honorable Head of Regional People Representative Council of West Java Province, Mr. Taufik Hidayat, presented. The Honorable Secretary of West Java Provincial Government, Mr. Setiawan Wangsa Atmaja. The Honorable Country Director, British Council Indonesia. The Honorable President Director IKEA Indonesia. The Honorable Head Commissioner Telkomsel, Mr. Wisutama Kusubandio. The Honorable Distinguished Speaker, Delegate, Partner, and all participants from international and national institutions, all cities and regions in West Java, and creative communities from all regions of Indonesia. All praise to Almighty God, because only with His blessing that we can hold the preparatory meeting Connecti City 2022 in this lovely building, Merdeka Building, Bandung City. On this wonderful occasion, allow me to give report regarding Connecti City 2022 people and the next economy recovering together as follow. Connecti City 2022 people and the next economy recovering together is the third time of Connecti City event after the first event on 2019 and following on 2021. There are more than 500 participants have participated to Connecti City 2022 is side event of Urban 20 that bring them people and the next economy recovering together. This event is in accordance with the President of Indonesia at G20 that broke the them recover together, recover stronger. This term is also in accordance with the momentum of Asia-Africa Solidarity and Asia-Africa Conference, achieved as a World Heritage UNESCO 2015 Additionally, in accordance with the spirit of the principle of Bandung, 10 point of the 1955 Bandung Declaration, peace, solidarity, and freedom. Connecti City 2022 will be held hybrid and will be attended by 22 international speakers and 16 national speakers. This event is supported by British Council, UK. The series of Connecti City 2022 begin by the preparatory meeting event that have been held at the Creative Center of Purwakarta on February 2022. This event was attended by 27 cities of West Java present, which result in the following agreement. The need to improve synergy and collaboration between creative economy stakeholders in the national and international creative economy development, especially in the achieve the post-COVID-19 SDGs objective. Synergicities have been established in the preparatory meeting and main event Connecti City 2022 event, including creative economy showcased by collaborating with East Nusa Tenggara, West Nusa Tenggara, and East Java. Creative economy discussion, Wakunjar collaborating with East Java and Bali. Economy creative networking with international speaker and national speaker. Souvenir from creative economy product collaborating with East Java using recycled waste product materials. And the synergies from stakeholder about creative economy. The objective of Connecti City 2022 people and the next economy recovering together as follow: comrades of Asia-Africa solidarity and the achieve as a world heritage. Creative economy networking for economy recovering, the increasing of cooperation, synergy and collaboration for creative economy development, supporting the event of creative economy, promotion and capacity building for creative communities of West Java. The result of Connecti City 2022, people on the economy recovering together as follow: networking, cooperation, synergetic, and collaboration for West Java creative economy at international and national scope. Presenting the recommendation for creative economy development program, especially for countries in the southern of the world, Global South, to Sherpa G20 Indonesia 2022. Dear Honorable Secretary of West Java Provincial Government, hopefully this event will bring benefit for local communities and international communities, and also bring wonderful experience for creative economy communities of West Java. At the final word, let us keep the spirit of innovation and collaboration to restore West Java creative economy sector toward West Java the winners. Pantun, Pum, jajan baso kepada suka. Jangan lupa titip sate Madura. Ada connectivity di Gedung Merdeka untuk tingkatkan kolaborasi demi aircraft juara. Billahi taufik wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benny Bahtiar. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to move forward to the third speech. We will now witness the opening speech, which will be delivered by His Excellency British Ambassador for the Republic of Indonesia and Timor-Leste. Join us online to Mr. Owen Jenkins, would you please?
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Thank you very much indeed for inviting me to this important event today. And let me first of all acknowledge and thank the distinguished speakers and participants in this series of panels and speeches. Her Excellency Ibu Angela Tanusudibyo, Vice Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia. His Excellency Mr. Setiawan Wangsa Atmaya, Secretary of West Java Province. Papa Benny Bahtiar, Head of West Java Office of Tourism and Culture, distinguished colleagues, distinguished speakers, friends, good afternoon to you all. And let me first of all acknowledge and welcome Indonesia's presidency for the G20, especially through the difficult times of the current pandemic. Indonesia's plans for the G20 include the critical theme of recover together, recover stronger, through three major pillars: inclusion, digital transformation, and sustainability. And we are delighted that through all three of those pillars, the importance of culture and of the creative economy shines through as a key element which can deliver that goal of strong and joint recovery. And this is no surprise, because the government of the Republic of Indonesia has spearheaded so many initiatives in the creative economy sector. This began, as the Vice Minister has just reminded us, with the World Conference on the Creative Economy back in 2018. And Indonesia also led the sponsorship for the UN Year of the Creative Economy for Sustainable Development in 2021, which included the mainstreaming of many creative economy elements in a variety of ministerial forums. We strongly commend the government of Indonesia's efforts in championing the creative economy during what has been an important and challenging time for many of us. And indeed, throughout the pandemic, as we've been reminded in the speeches earlier, creative economy and the connections between us have become even more important. And it's because of that that I'm delighted that the United Kingdom and Indonesia have been working together since as long ago as 2012. And we've been doing so collaboratively on the creative economy. This was formalised by a memorandum of understanding between the British Department of Culture, Media and Sport and the Indonesian Ministry of Tourism and the Creative Economy. And that was so successful that in 2021 that MOU was agreed to be further extended for another 5 years. We have many activities going on under that memorandum of understanding. An important one of them is our collaboration with West Java on the development of the creative economy and the creative hubs ecosystem in West Java province. For over 2 years, through the British Council, we've supported training for creative hubs in 7 city regencies in West Java. And this year, we are continuing to provide that support, including through a program to train the trainers, which we hope will bring impact to an even wider group of creative practitioners beyond the creative hubs themselves, out in the city regencies. And through that program and through other engagements by the British Council, we can still see that artists and other creative professionals are still in challenging and difficult situations as we hope we emerge from the dreadful COVID-19 pandemic. And because of that, with the momentum of the G20 and Indonesia's presidency of that important forum this year, we hope to promote the potential of the creative economy as a sector that answers to the Sustainable Development Goals and supports post-pandemic economic recovery. And we see this in both countries already. So in the UK, the creative industries already employ over 2.1 million people, or around 6.3% of our total employment. And that's grown by over 34% since 2011. Indonesia's numbers are even more impressive. The creative economy, although it's seen as a relatively new potential, currently makes up 7.8% of the country's total economy, employing 17 million people. And it's expected to absorb up to 10 to 11% of the workforce by 2025. And although those numbers are already strong, the data shows that there's real potential to develop the creative economy further. And this was also highlighted under Indonesia's presidency in the G20. And they are building on what was done in 2020 and 2021 with the policy recommendations on inclusive creative economy and the future of work, and the Creative Economy 2030, inclusive and resilient creative economy for sustainable development and recovery. Those reports and Indonesia's chairmanship recognise the need for further collective action and collaboration. And through this event and subsequent activities that the British Council have under our wider Arts and Creative Industries programme, our hope is that the UK and Indonesia can work together along with other organisations and countries, to strengthen the creative economy sector and use the G20 momentum to develop an inclusive and sustainable foundation for growth. And as we do that, we hope that many of you attending the conference today will get a chance to visit a really good example of all of this, the 9 Earths exhibition at Kalakini Nanti Bandung, as a side event to today's Connecticity. 9 Earths is a project developed by the UK arts organisation Defuse, along with Sembilan Matahari from Indonesia, as well as other collaborators from around the world. It's an immersive digital experience developed specifically for the Bandung site, and I think it highlights the relationship between our carbon footprint, overconsumption, and how our daily lives impact the climate. That's an important topic, and it shows how the creative economy and creative industries can address some of the most important issues facing us as a community today. I wish you all the very best for the conference. Thank you again for the invitation to participate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency British Ambassador for the Republic of Indonesia and Timor-Leste, Mr. Owen Jenkins, who have joined us online. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for us to listen and witness the welcoming remarks and opening keynote from the Regional Secretary of West Java Government, to Mr. Setiawan Wangsaatmadja. Would you please?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please allow me to wearing my mask. The Honorable of British Ambassador to Indonesia and Timor-Leste, which is present by virtual, Mr. Owen Jenkins. The Honorable Vice Minister of Tourism and Creative Economic Indonesia, also by virtual, Ms. Angela Tanosubdibio. Head of West Java Office of Tourism and Culture, Pak Beni Bahtiar, thank you very much. And Head Commissioner Telkomsel, also presented by virtual, Mr. Wisnutama Kusubandrio. Speakers, delegates, partners, and also all participants from international and also national institutions, all cities and regencies in West Java, and creative economic from all region of Indonesia. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Setiawan Wangsaatmadja, on behalf of Co-Serva U20, and also Regional Secretary of West Java, and also host of Connecti event 2022. Good afternoon to all distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Connecti 2022 International Conference on Creative Economy. This connectivity event takes place in Asia Africa Conference Museum, or Merdeka Building in West Java, to commemorate the Asia-Africa solidarity to revive the spirit of Dasa Sila Bandung, which is peace, solidarity, freedom, and Asia-Africa Conference archived as a World Heritage in the world. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, actually, this building is built around 1895 and then rebuilt in 1929. And now is this building also still, you can see, really beautiful and also strong and stronger. Talking about West Java province consists of 49.2 million people, or most of its 20% population in Indonesia. That is according to 2021 data. And West Java has the highest domestic and foreign investment, and also the highest export creative economic contributor in Indonesia. There are top 3 sub-sectors creative economy in West Java, namely craft industry is around 27.1%, and then culinary industry around 26.4%, and also fashion industry around 16.7%, according to the Startup Ranking 2021. West Java also has the second largest number of startup companies in Indonesia. And moreover, Bandung City has the highest in distribution of video game developers and publishers compared to other cities in Indonesia, with around 15.71% distribution. Bandung is also selected as a UNESCO Creative City of Design, together with Singapore, Budapest, Kaunas in Lithuania, Detroit in USA, and Puebla in Mexico as a Creative City of Design, Bandung. And Bandung envisages the first building a thematic public park devoted to the UNESCO Creative Cities Network, or UCCN, which feature diverse artistic representation of the creative city. And the second, enhancing collaboration with other creative cities through creative festivals, joint events, and also workshops. And the third, establishing 30 creative hubs and supporting 100,000 new creative entrepreneurs over 5 years to enhance the local creative economy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, West Java is committed to support creative economy by providing creative hubs and establishing a committee or creative economic agency, and in Bahasa we call it kreasi. And also formulating creative economic roadmap, and also supporting creative economic programs and activities. Connecti Cities is a signature event of West Java for creative economy, since West Java considers creative economy as one of the most important sectors in regional development. Connecti City also serves as a platform to disseminate, update, exchange, and exhibit creative economic development in West Java, and up to regional and international level. In 2022, Connecti City is also amplified as an Urban 20 or U20 side event during the Indonesia G20 presidency to accommodate discussion concerning sustainable urban development within the context for creative economy, creative city, and creative hub. Therefore, the theme in this year is people and the next economic recovering together, focusing on how the creativity economic can become a solution for the post-pandemic recovery and its potential to provide inclusive future jobs. Covering the theme and considering the priority issues of G20 and U20, this Connecti City 2022 event consists of 4 panels, namely, Panel 1 on creative economic in times of disruption, lesson learned from the creative event and achievement globally. And Panel 2 on creative economy and the future of work, particularly within the context of Global South, creative economic investment and media. Panel 3 on creative economy and the digital age, including creative economic development in multicultural cooperations. And Panel 4 on engaging with the civil society, a discussion with other G20 engagement groups. I believe that this connectivity will give some positive and sustainable impacts, not only locally in West Java, but also globally in Indonesia. Therefore, I invite all these seminar participants to actively contribute by giving suggestions and ideas to drive the creative economic in developing the economic and sustainable development. Last but not least, I hope that this connectivity event can produce the policy recommendation related to creative event and creative city that can be considered and implemented by the government at all levels to create our common inclusive and sustainable future. Thank you so much for your kind attention, and hopefully we'll be blessed with health and happiness. And please enjoy West Java. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Setiawan Wangsaatmadja. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Next, we are going to take pictures together. I would like to invite you to stand at your place. All the special invited guests on the front row, please stand at your place as well. And the photographer will take the pictures from the stage. Bapak dan Ibu, saya persilakan untuk dapat berdiri di tempat. Kita akan bersama-sama berfoto. Dan nanti rekan-rekan dari tim dokumentasi akan mengambil foto dari atas panggung. Ya, silahkan. Pada hitungan ketiga, Bapak dan Ibu, walaupun mengenakan masker, boleh berikan senyum terbaiknya ya. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and the second one, please show your hand, your right hands like this. It's for Jabar Juara, okay? On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Jabar Juara. Boleh satu kali lagi? Hitungan ketiga, 1, 2, 3, Jabar Juara. Baik, terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu. Thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please, you may sit again. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that was the opening ceremony of Connecti 2022. And now we are going to moving on to the next agenda. But before that, I would like to invite Mr. Setiawan Wangsaatmadja and Mr. Benny Bahtiar. Would you like to go to the exhibition in the back and see the 8 booth that already have the exhibition? Yes. To the left, yes, to the left, sir, please. Oh, sorry, sir, to the right. Okay, Mr. Setiawan Wangsaatmadja and Mr. Benny Bahtiar. Okay, and all the special invited guests in the front row, please join both of them. Okay, while waiting for the special invited guests to witness all the 8 booths that we have here, I would like to inform you that before we are moving on to the next agenda, let me inform you that during Connecti 2022, there will be 4 panels held. The first 2 panels will be conducted today and the other 2 panels will be conducted tomorrow. And there will be books and publication launching. And the launching will be interesting because we will be launching 4 books and publication in total, which will brought up creative economy, creative city, creative industry. And also to make this event more exciting, the committee have arranged 2 exhibitions assembled to this event. The first exhibition is the mini exhibition held here at Gedung Merdeka, and the participants are Flora Tama Market by Labuan Bajo Flores Tourism Authority, Pebble We Are Circular, Hubs for Good by British Council, Typical Culinary Products of West Nusa Tenggara, And then we have Regional National Crafts Council of East Java Province, references for future books and publications, creative economy booth, and we have 2 booths from Jabarkan Aircraft Hub from West Java Tourism and Culture Agency together with West Java Creative Economy and Innovation Committee. And at Gedung Merdeka, just like I mentioned before, we have 8 booths that consists of Floratama Market by Labuan Bajo Flores Tourism Authority is part of the Floratama Creative Hub ecosystem to create economic movement through product development and market access for medium, small, medium enterprises, business actors spread across the coordinating zone, including Flores, Alor, Lembata, and Bima is sustainable and has competitiveness on a national and international scale. And the second booth we have Pebble from East Java. Pebble is a company that focuses on textile waste and uses closed-loop system with a heart to inspire, lead, and create sustainable impacts to create a better world. Pebble sustainable fabrics are made from 100% textile waste recycled yarn that we weave with hand-woven techniques. Interesting, right? And then the third one, we have Hubs for Good by British Council. The British Council has worked with over 800 creative hubs globally since 2014. We see hubs as playing an integral role in the growth of the creative economy, gathering, supporting, and representing creative communities. British Council aims to be the connector between hubs and cities globally and the UK by developing creative connections and exchanges between the dynamics hubs sector. The fourth booth is from typical culinary products of West Nusa Tenggara Province. West Nusa Tenggara has a variety of unique cuisines with delicious flavors. With a touch of industrializations, these culinary delights can be enjoyed overseas because they have a long shelf life. And the fifth booth, we have Dekra Nasda Jatim. It is the Council of Art and Craft from East Java. It is a place to develop and build a craft industry that has a local cultural image in East Java Province. Dekra Nasda East Java is partnership with Substitute Marker Space and Product Design Institute of Technology 10 November Surabaya held a 3D print design and craft competition to add value to local products and increase collaboration between stakeholders. And then the sixth booth, we have references for future creative economy. Like I mentioned before, we will have a book and publication launching, and you can see the preview of the book or the publication that become references to the formulation of roadmaps and the development of the creative economy as a solution for a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future. We have 4 books and publication. The first one is Prospect 2021, Provincial Government and Kreasi West Java. The second one is Indonesia Creative Cities White Paper Volume 2, 10 Principles, 11 Ways Indonesia Creative Cities Network. The third one is Creative Economy 2030 by Asian Development Bank Institute. And the last one is Intersecting Volume 1 and 2 by Global Solutions Initiative. And the 7th and 8th booth, it is the booth for Jabarkan Aircraft, collaboration between West Java Tourism and Culture Agency, along with West Java Creative Economy and Innovation Committee. Creative economy products are one of the featured products of the province of West Java, and on this occasion, West Java Province presented some of its leading creative economy products. West Java also has several marketplace platforms to help market their creative economy products. We have local marketplace such as borondong.id, kreasijabar.id, which provides a list of creative economy entrepreneurs and also bring them to national and international exhibition. And that was the mini exhibition that is held at Gedung Merdeka in the back of our venue. And then the second exhibition, which you might find interesting, will take place at Paris Van Java Mall, Bandung. It is called 9 Earth Exhibition. His Excellency British Ambassador for the Republic of Indonesia in Timor-Leste. Mr. Owen Jenkins also mentioned it at his keynote speech that this exhibition is collaboration with the British Council. This exhibition will showcase an immersive environmental artwork that explores global consumption patterns on an audiovisual journey around climate change. And the good news is, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the exhibition is open for public and also, especially for the Connectivity 2022 delegates, for free. You can search more information at Connectivity Instagram to find out the link to register yourself for the free entry for the exhibition. Ya, Bapak dan Ibu diinformasikan bahwa selain mini exhibition yang digelar di area belakang, kami juga mengadakan dan kami juga mengadakan satu eksibisi lagi yang cukup unik yang digelar di Paris Van Java Mall Bandung. Dan eksibisi ini disebut Nine Earths Exhibition dan ini merupakan kolaborasi dengan British Council. Dan eksibisi ini juga akan menampilkan hasil-hasil karya dari artwork environmental ya, jadi tentang lingkungan dan sebagainya. Dan kabar baiknya adalah Bapak dan Ibu bisa mengunjunginya secara gratis dari mulai tanggal 14 sampai dengan 16 Maret 2022. Jadi silakan langsung berkunjung saja ke Paris Van Java Mall. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue to our main event of today. Therefore, I would like to invite once again all the participants to please come back to your seat and please remain seated because we will now enter the first panel. Okay, and the first panel theme is about rebuilding agendas, resetting priorities, creative economy in time of disruptions. And this panel will start with the lesson from World Conference on Creative Economy and the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. And at the first panel, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, there will be 5 speakers. Yes, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now enter the first panel or panel interactive, and there will be 5 speakers. There will be Erika Paula Sioson, Pratik Kreja, Angelica Frey Oldenburg, Dwinita Larasati, and Rainer Kern. And of course, there will be moderator who will be in charge in this panel, and he is a co-founder and president of the Grand Paris Alliance for Metropolitan Development, an awarded and independent think tank established in 2011 at the crossroads of inclusions, large-scale investment projects, and environmental transformation. He is a member of T20, the think tank engagement group of the G20, and the co-chair of the T20 Task Force on Infrastructure Investment and Financing in 2009 and 2020. He has served over 10 years in the public sector, a senior advisor to the president of Paris-Île-de-France region for regional and strategic planning, deputy chief of staff for a city mayor, and also the director of a national urban regeneration project in the greater Paris metro area. He is an alumnus from Sciences Po Paris in public law and public administration, an alumnus from Sciences Po Paris School for Urban Affairs, and he holds a master summa cum laude from Paris La Sorbonne University in 17th century Chinese history. Specialized in multilateral negotiation and the management of complex science to policy interface in the field of sustainable development, he has a track record of successful achievements across Europe and globally, from Vancouver to Vladivostok. He is also advising over a dozen academic, civic, and CSR initiatives on urban and global transitions, and one of which is World Conference on Creative Economy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our moderator on duty for the first panel, Mr. Nicolas J.A. Bouchard. Please give a warm applause. Okay, so welcome, Mr. Bouchard. Thank you very much for taking your time with us today. It is an honor for us to have you here. So now I will handle the panel to you. Would you please?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon and good morning, everyone. Delighted to be here on stage and online for the delicate task of the launching panel of Connecti 2022. I'm Nicolas Bouchard. I will call the speakers who are here in Bandung. Tita Larrazati from Indonesia Creative Cities Network. Please join me, Tita. And Rainer Kern. You know Tita Larrazati from Bandung, right? And Rainer Kern from Mannheim, Germany. Rainer, please join us on stage. Thank you very much. We also have together with us colleagues from India, Pratik Kukreja from ICHIER, a major think tank in India. Pratik, welcome. We have together with us Angelika Frey-Oldenburg, also from Germany, from the German Cooperation Agency and heading the creative economy sector. And last but not least, Erika Paula Sioson from the Secretariat of ASEAN, and together with me, an editor of a book that we will present tomorrow, Creative Economy 2030. So with no further ado, together with our colleagues on site and online, and I hope everybody has managed to connect, we have about an hour to start circulating in the theme of this year, Connected City, People and the Next Economy, Recovering Together. Just a technical check. The colleagues online, can they be shown on screen? Is it possible that they are being shown on screen? Oh yes, I can see you. Okay. Hello. So let's start our discussion. The rules are a bit different than as usual. There will not be presentations, right? I have resisted. There will not be presentations. I know material has been prepared, but all the material will be shared. The reason why is because under the spirit of the Bandung conference, we want dialogue. It's very important that we don't just share expertise, but we want a frank and open dialogue about creative economy in the very consequence, in the very context of 2022 here in Bandung. I've made an exception for a couple of just opening remarks from our colleague Tita Larrazati, because Indonesia is really leading the way with initiatives such as the Indonesia Creative Cities Network, but Tita has agreed to be brief and to share that in the spirit of launching our discussion. So with no further ado, Tita, the floor is yours for 3-4 minutes.
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and also speakers who join us online. Good afternoon, nice to see you. Too bad we cannot meet in person. But yeah, I would like to ask for help to present the only presentation that's allowed by Nicola. I will be very brief because there will be just 5 or 4 points that I want to get over. Because I'm here on behalf of Indonesia Creative Cities Network, which is a community forum. Now we have a member of more than 220 cities and regencies from all over Indonesia. We can go to the next one. And well, the point is that these community forums are formed by young people usually who realize that they cannot just depend on extractive economy. So we no longer can depend solely on digging minerals, cutting trees, and so on. But we will start using our intersecting economy, which is the creativity, intellectuals, and so on. We can move on to the next slide while I speak. So first is the community forums organize themselves to create impacts. And then, please just go on. In order to do that, we have to set a framework because Indonesia, well, 17,000 islands and so on, and we are with 200 and something cities. So we have to set a kind of rule of the game. If you want to make programs or make progress, then what kind of tools do we use? So this is what we are appearing. So go to the next one as well, up to the frameworks. And we also contribute to the national creative economy, of course, because we are in different areas in Indonesia. But we also contribute to global creative economy issues by joining think tanks, groups, thinking, producing recommendation and so on, together with U20 in 2020, Think Tank 20 in 21, and so on. And there's also a slide that is a proof that creative economy is a solution during the pandemic, because when the government was waiting for more substantial data in order to be able to distribute grants and so on, we at the grassroots level has moved, and we did a quick response to the pandemic in our way. And the last point is that we strengthen our aims.
Next slide, please. Just Tita,
please
show
please
the
make the slides go to the frameworks. It's actually the third or the fourth. Go on, again. This one. So no, another one after this. So see, as you can see, we have our members commit to the 10 principles of creative city as a consensus that everyone who join Indonesia Creative Cities Network should have the commitment to implement these 10 principles, who also comply with the Sustainable Development Goal. And in order to do that, some cities ask, so if we want to be a creative city, what do we do? So we give them these 11 ways. We call it in Indonesian jurus, or 11 ways to implement the 10 principles. And it can be adjusted to your needs. So if you, for example, your city is really urban like Bandung, then you can implement numbers so and so. And then if you're in a coastal area or mountains or coastal, that can be adjusted. So we also comply to the creative economy ecosystem, and then we involve the hexahelix stakeholders. And the last point is, we strengthen our aims by getting involved in the enactments. So we persuade our local government to create a bill for creative economy, for example. That's the last slide, by the way. And then we also work with university. So these are the publications that we did to tell to the world that we run our creative economy this way, or we use our potentials that way, according to our needs and characteristics. Please go to the last slide. And this is where we did enactments there. After this, here. So we push the creative economy bill, but we also work with universities who has events, conference, and so on concerning creative economy. So this is where we have our opportunity to disseminate again our concept on creative economy to many levels. So I think that's the point for now. Nicola, thank you.
Thank you very much, Tita, for these insights. And thank you very much also, I can say, for the work that ICCN is carrying out in across Indonesia, especially with communities. We are in a rather special context, right? It is not just about branding creative economy, or it is not just about marketing and design, etc. It's really about understanding together how creative economy can help move together out of the social and economic crisis that has been created by the pandemic, by addressing, of course, the different creative economic sectors, but also by addressing the wider economic perspectives. Erika Paula Siosion from the Secretary of ASEAN, your division has been involved into a number of discussions, including the ASEAN Recovery Framework, and you've got a long-standing experience about the issue of creative economy. At this moment, how would you highlight the key priorities for creative economy in the context of the G20 Indonesia? Erika.
Thank you, Nicholas, and I hope you can hear me well. Good afternoon to everyone. And first, about thank the organizers and the supporting partners for inviting us and giving us the chance to contribute to the growing discussion on creative economy. So, as Nicholas mentioned, at ASEAN, the discussion on creative economy has really been gaining ground. It, in a way, really reached its, in a way, like bringing all the pillars of the ASEAN community together by having the creative economy agenda on the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework. The ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework is the region's consolidated exit strategy from the COVID-19 crisis. And by identifying creative economy there in that ACRF, we are identifying it as a sector that needs support, as well as a sector that can help drive the post-pandemic recovery. To also share, probably to take this chance to share what we have been doing also at the region, acknowledging that creative economy is a really big ecosystem of coordinated industries. We are also looking at other sectors. For instance, we have the impact, which is the connectivity framework, which outlines strategies to achieve a seamless and comprehensive, connected and integrated ASEAN. We also are doing creating platforms where small, medium enterprises can connect with each other, and that's why recently we launched the ASEAN Access. And overarching all of our initiatives on the culture and art sector, we have the strategic plan of culture and art, which guides the work of our sector towards stronger regional integration. The cultural and creative industries are really focused in this strategic plan.
Thank you very much. I think your sound was not so good. I don't know if you have a headset or a mic. It would be very useful for the next step of the conversation. But you are indeed right to stress at least those two arguments. On the one hand, it's also about developing cross-sectoral approaches. Creative economy is never a standalone in the economy, and while ASEAN was developing this comprehensive recovery framework, there were several opportunities. I remember especially a big conference in Bali last November where these things were put on the table. So there is this cross-sectoral dimension. There is a regional dimension. We are here talking about global perspectives, but there is definitely also regional logic with cross-border cooperation and so on. And thank you very much also, Erika, for bringing in the issue of culture, right? Because sometimes with creative economy, we focus on goods only and marketing and so on, but culture is definitely also a key element in the background. Angelica, you have also the experience of creative economy in another region, in the Middle East, in Africa. You have been conducted with GIZ, the German Cooperation Agency, a number of projects, but also assessment reports about creative economy since the beginning of the pandemic. What would be your key lessons from 24 months of the pandemic? What would be key issues to take away from that, key lessons and key recommendations that we would need to take away from Connecti City? And then we will pass it on to Pratik and to Rainer to finalize this first round of questions. Angelica.
Thank you so much, Nicolo. I hope you can hear me very well. I have my micro on, so can you hear me? Just
yes,
give me a sign.
Yes, it's just perfect.
Wonderful.
Thank you. It's just fine.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, dear panelists, dear ladies and gentlemen. Again, it's also for me a very great pleasure, honor to be part of the today's U20 side event during the International Conference on Creative Economy under the umbrella of Connectivity City. Well, again, Nicola, thank you so much. My name is Angelica Frey-Oldenburg. I am working for the German Development Corporation, GIZ, as head of the project for the culture and creative industries. And the GIZ is working with regards of this program on behalf of the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. And indeed, also for the German corporation, creative industries have a high income in economic and growth potential and are predestined for generating employment for the youth. In combination with digitalization, and particularly culture and creative professionals are the ones who can be a trailblazer of tomorrow's work environment, and combine these with SDG principles. This is why it is also very interesting for the German Development Corporation, as well targeting on creative industries, and this I would like to give you before this information, is quite new for us. We started, in fact, already in 2018 with our program, focusing on capacity development for creatives and strengthening their ecosystem. And we are operating, what you mentioned, in 2 regions, but within 6 different countries, in South Africa, in Senegal, and in Kenya, as well as in Lebanon, Iraq, and Jordan. And we are also collaborating within all our countries with the Goethe Institute. So during our program, we gathered indeed quite a lot of findings and examples how to support creatives. And as the culture and creative subsectors, we also were concentrating on 4 main sectors. So just that you know a little bit the framework, we are concentrating on animation, design, music, and fashion. So the first findings of the project and what needs to be done is that these subsectors often lack, or the creatives often lack entrepreneurial knowledge and digital skills. They're often not familiar with international markets and can hardly find financial means to put their business ideas into practice. Even though there is a lack of data, standards, and norms where usually we need to quantify the impact of the sector, and not only globally, but also within countries or regions. And this will open more financial support, being it public or private, if we more concentrate on the quantifying. So the weak access to markets also goes ahead with almost no existence of intellectual property rights and copyright protection, or even insufficient social security, as a huge part of creatives are freelancers, small enterprises operating often in the informal sector. So the pandemic situation, in addition, struggled with enormous challenges that accelerated some of the mentioned points. The pandemic affected creatives in particular and caused a tremendous loss of income for creative enterprises. This was underpinned by our recently conducted research, you mentioned, Nicola, about the impact of COVID on the music, fashion, design sector in our 6 countries. Across sectors and cities, financial losses were extreme. More than 90% of business owners in every city reported a year-over-year loss of income, with over 70% in each city reporting income reduced greater than a half. And these impacts were even worse for those self-employed. Music across all countries investigated was the sector most severely impacted by the pandemic. Only a small minority reported maintaining steady income or being able to maintain their pre-COVID-19 standard of living. These were the most reported in the digital area, like gaming, or the ones who are in the digital design business. Just give me just 3 points. I would like to add what kind of findings we also had out of the study. This is access to affordable internet and affordable digital technologies, the greatest need across the cities and industries. Then the loss of physical spaces and markets can be connected to the deep financial and social problems faced by the creative sectors. Then there's also a need for dialogue structures, what you mentioned, collaboration, dialogue structures, and mutual understanding for each other. But what really impressed me, and this I would like to close, maybe we can bring this also in the discussion, is that it showed that target group creatives were really creative within these pandemic situations. I would say they survived even without public support in our 6 countries. They found creative ways to still survive and collaborate. And this word collaboration was one of the most magic moments. Because of this, we really could showcase a lot of new creative spirits that we need also for the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for reminding the magnitude of losses in different creative economic sectors and highlighting how much in general, we have not recovered yet, right? So while this conference is taking place, it's kind of an act of activism to support the creative economy. We are not here to talk about the creative economy. We are here to support the creative economy. And one question I will address to you all afterwards is how the spirit of dialogue and cooperation that sometimes exists in the crisis can be maintained and developed while we are talking about Urban 20, G20, G7, United Nations, etc. When we are entering very complex, sometimes, institutional frameworks. Please keep that in mind for the next round of discussions. Thank you very much, Angelica. Pratik, I know Pratik, you had prepared a very thoughtful presentation for this session, as you always do. And thank you very much for agreeing not to present this presentation as such, but to share in a few minutes a number of key messages that you would like to share out of your experience in India and globally about the status and the conditions of creative economy at this moment. Pratik, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nicholas. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Please go on.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone joining in from Indonesia, and very warm welcome to all others joining from different parts of the world. I would like to thank the organizing team, firstly, for inviting me to speak on this very interesting topic. Well, the disruption caused by the pandemic has really been immense, also forcing a lot of us to join the event virtually. Otherwise, we would have loved to be physically present there. But anyway, so let me just begin by talking a little bit about India's creative economy, since I'm from India, and give a kind of a snapshot of what India's creative economy really looks like. So it accounts for an overall market size of about $36.2 billion and employs directly 14% of India's workforce with a large number of professionals across skill levels. The sector also accounts for about 0.58% share in total value added, comprising majorly of media and entertainment, performing arts, and various high-growth manufacturing sectors like design, gems and jewelry, textile, apparels, and handicrafts. One of India's largest major creative industries is media and entertainment. Bollywood, as many of you would recognize, has a huge demand globally. Yoga is another area which is gradually enhancing its global appeal. There's a great opportunity to blend innovation with traditional practices and tap into the rising global market for wellness that is worth $4.5 trillion. Then the increasing demand for wellness and spirituality has also made India a leading destination for experiential tourism in this domain. Millions of travelers spend ample time in wellness retreats across the country. According to UNESCO, India is also home to the 6th highest number of UNESCO heritage sites and varied natural landscapes imbued with versatile cultural traditions. Also being the fastest growing largest economy and a rising IT hub paves the way for India to harness its culture as an asset and expand its global footprint. However, it still runs a trade deficit of about 14.32 billion. The reason that I'm, talking about India's creative economy, or the significance of India's creative economy, is the fact that while creative economy is an important sector for Indonesia, it is an equally important sector for India, which is the next to host the G20 presidency. And we at ICREER are working very actively on pushing this very important issue to become one of the priority areas for India. Not necessarily as a sole issue, but to be seen through the lens of various other issues that G20 has been focusing on through over the course of these years. Which I think I'll be coming to in the following rounds, what can be India's priorities, or what can be the priorities of the successive presidency. I think this is a very it's a great time for the G20. It's kind of a second inflection point. First was when Korea hosted the presidency, and we all know the development consensus was really brought in. I think now is the time when, it's the historical time when there are three developing countries which will be hosting G20 presidency back to back, and I think this is a great time for us to think about something like a creative economy and pushing it to become one of the priority areas for the G20 presidency. But I think I'll allow others to speak before I talk about the priorities which I feel should the following presidency should really focus on.
Thank you very much for also pointing out to something which is absolutely critical for our discussion here, for the whole Connecti City meeting, but also for the recommendations that we will share with the Urban 20 and with the G20. That is, first, an understanding that the responses cannot be just coming from one direction. I think this is absolutely important. Tita was presenting also that in the context of Indonesia. Second, that we are at a tipping point moment. Sometimes this expression is overly used, but we are. There is a war in Europe. There is a complicated economic situation all over the globe and a lot of factors of instability. So we cannot say this will be the agenda for the next 24 months and we will move forward. We need to adapt constantly. We need to be creative. But also we need to understand where are the possibilities, the anchors in that regard. Thank you for both presenting a brief panorama of creative economy in the Indian context, but also for suggesting, and I think we can keep that discussions and recommendations from this year somehow should be formulated and formalized in ways that can be continued next year when India will be chairing the G20. This is absolutely fundamental. We will get back to that at the end of our session regarding the recommendations of Connecti City 2022. But before that, and before moving to the second round of discussions, let's hear by our colleague Rainer Kern, who has, I would say, two hats. One about city diplomacy and one about creative economy, as being also the founder and the president of a major jazz festival, which has proven an effective tool for cultural diplomacy in the past years in Mannheim in Germany. Rainer, thank you very much for joining here. What would be your main messages at this moment of the launch of Connecti City 2022?
Thank you so much, Nicola, and thank you so much all the colleagues who put everything on the table what is needed, I guess. First of all, I would like to say that I'm always, when I'm connected to Indonesia, I'm very much impressed how you manage the creative issue, let's say. It's a very holistic approach you're having here, and you build up environments for a creative economy that you cannot find everywhere in the world. So I was working with my Polish colleague Tamara Kaminska with the city of Ambon, and it's the same there. The way they deal with creative issues is totally different to the rest of the world and connects very much to what was said also by Angelica and by you before from the experience in India. So what Angelica said is it's very important, the capacity building. Although that's a very famous word, capacity building, I guess it's very important, as she also mentioned, and we must not underestimate that within the creative economy, as also known very often or connected to startups, the broader knowledge of economic knowledge or business knowledge, might it be development in general or global connections, are not that much there, so this has to be built up. But let me go one step back. As we are now trying to recover, which means we try to get out of a crisis, of course we all agree that we are in the midst of a multi-crisis situation with the climate change, with inequity around the world, and now with at the edge of the Third World War in Europe, which will hopefully stop very soon. When we look at the definition of crisis, let me take this minute of reflection. then the scientific definition of a crisis is, first, it's unexpected, and second, there's a need for change. So when we take the last one, a need for change, then we must not move on like we did before the crisis, before we went into the crisis, and especially the inequality and climate change. Climate change we will not solve that we move all cars, all huge cars to e-cars. That wouldn't work, we all know that. So, and as the crisis we are in is very complex, there's not the one solution that was said already. So I think we have to think more holistically and think more in a broader sense of connecting different pillars we're having. And it was already said that the creative economy is one of the pillars. And as there's always a call for this economy, for this field in crisis, that was the field that was maybe mostly hit by the crisis also. So, and you were asking, what can we do to ensure that this is more acting in full effect to recover from the crisis? I think what was said by Tita and also by Angelika, we have to install mechanisms that are connecting different sides of the game, like what you do in Indonesia, what I can see very much, and what also Angelika and our Indian colleague reported, that we have to connect the private sector with the administration and also the creators itself, the creatives, the very famous creatives, and the academic world. So it's not a triangle, it's a square that has to be connected. And when I also have a look, as we are representing UNESCO creative cities, Bandung and Mannheim, and I'm the spokesperson of all music cities globally. When we go back to the idea of the creative cities that was invented by Charles Landry and then later by Richard Florida, then the idea was that we take the lens of creatives in all fields, like within the bureaucracy, within the economy, and this is not very well distributed so far, I think. We did not really understand the idea of creative cities so far, how I can see globally, and this has to be reflected when we try to recover from this crisis. It's the idea also to connect culture, the arts, and administration and economy, and to take the advantage of creative thinking also within the other fields. The same as you do in the academics, you cannot do research without creative thinking, but these are totally different mechanisms. We have to acknowledge that the mechanisms are different, and this has to be reflected in policy and also in the mechanisms we install. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rainer. This is also something very important, this culture, arts, economy, administration on the one hand, and second, I think this should be a very clear message. It looks like before the pandemic there is a podium, there is a room, there are people online, but it's not, right? We know it, we have experienced it, we experience it. If we had gathered today, and I remember a meeting of the Connecti city, I think last week, Tita, right, in Cirebon, when John Newbegin here, our colleague from the UK, said, but why don't we organize something in Bandung and why don't we do it here, right? In the context of the Asia-Africa Conference Center, which is part real, part mythical, right? And then, yes, so this is happening, but we need good energy, because what is ahead of us is making sure that in the G20 Indonesia, in the G20 context of Indonesia, the result is not just one line about creative economy in paragraph 52 of the leaders' declaration, right? But that there is substantial initiative that is being taken. About that, and about how to keep on this spirit of cooperation, dialogue, peaceful coexistence, the Dasasila Bandung principles. Erika, from the ASEAN perspective, as also Indonesia will be sharing the ASEAN Secretariat next year. What would be key 1 or 2 drivers to strengthen the conversation about creative economy in the next weeks and months? Erika, maybe then Tita, and after Angelica. Erika.
Yes, thanks, Nicholas. I hope my audio is better now. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, it's good.
Okay, perfect. Yes, so with Indonesia going to become the chair of ASEAN next year, and also with Cambodia as our chair for this year, this conversation on creative economy is really gaining momentum, especially since last year when Indonesia really started the push towards creating more platforms for where creative economy should be discussed. To share, because we have already been discussing a bit about culture, and as Nicholas mentioned, culture and then industries. What we are seeing, what we are, from our perspective in the culture sector, what our discussions revolve on is, first, we should recognize the ways by which technology can support this development of creative economy, as well as to not forget that we should put culture at the center of creative economy. And so, as I mentioned earlier, the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework already sets out this path for how then can we support and look at creative economy as one of the drivers for pandemic recovery. And may I just share a couple of other things that have been happening at the regional level, because my audio earlier has been quite problematic. To respond more on Nicholas's question on the discussions at the regional level, we are very happy to share that last year, because of Indonesia's push towards this discussion, we have come to an agreement on an umbrella definition of creative economy. And why this definition is very important is because having no definition on creative economy can lead to some sort of fragmented discussions. We have many players that are very willing to contribute to this discussion, but without one in a way, consolidated and united framework, very harmonized framework where we are all operating in. This can really present challenges to the development of the sector. What this expansive conversation can allow for safe spaces for a broad swath of creatives to gather, reimagine, and shape visions without preconceived notions of what it is and what comprise a creative economy, and allowing us to understand it within our own also localized context. And by doing so, it can also create ownerships and ensure that efforts to support the developments of the sector are also self-sustaining. So as I mentioned, we have come to an umbrella definition last year, which we will also be able to share very soon on what is creative economy. While this umbrella definition is still in a way very broad, we think that at the regional level, this is a good first step for us to really start thinking of how then do we operationalize all these roadmaps, all these frameworks, all of these discussions, how do we put that in the ground?
Thank you very much. Very good point about the definition. This will be further discussed in the next roundtable sessions. Tita, about this spirit of development, definitions, local development, ownership, but also how really to now make sure that everything that is being seriously discussed about creative economy moves forward in this very wide, sometimes impenetrable G20 context.
Maybe one word to sum it up is relevance. So as long as creative economy is relevant for development in any sector, then it can or should be able to implement that. And well, if I refer to our bill on creative economy, as long as it has IP potential, as long as it can increase the value of the product or service itself, and also as long as it involves R&D in technology and science. And then considering the characteristic of Indonesia and maybe countries that are similar to us, like the ones in Southeast Asia, we still have these points to consider, like 3 to 4 points that I took note of. One is that we have still labor-intensive potential. So any job should provide opportunities for equal opportunity for work. And we still have a young population who should be taught the upskilling or reskilling of skills that are relevant to future jobs. And we also have this challenge of disparity. So we should create equal access with whatever we have with creative economy. Those are my points for now. Thank you.
Angelica?
Okay, hope you can hear me again. Well, I think these are very crucial and very important points. I also would argue that the definition is really important, and for defining what I already mentioned, data, standards, norms to quantify the sector is absolutely crucial, because the culture and creative industries is such vast, such broad and global important, so then you cannot grab it. It is so big, and with data and with definition, we really think there is one move forward to make the sector more tangible, and also to make it attractive for governments. For example, in the countries we are working, in the 6 countries I mentioned, there is no ministry really dedicated to culture and creative industries. When you are looking to the design sector, maybe another ministry will be covering this topic. When you're looking into the tourism sector and the craft sector, then again another ministry is covering this. So the question is, who within the government or even regional area is responsible or would like to inform and support this very important growing sector. Another point what I also discovered is that we need to everything is one coin or one medal with different sides. When we are looking into the creatives in special, so we have new potential markets. These are more the digital creatives. So we have another market and another approach than what you mentioned before, Nicolas, and someone from the panel, I think Erika, mentioned it, the culture side. So I think it is also very important to distinguish this, and for that we need more clarity, more definition, and more organization and coordination. A second point is, again, what I mentioned within the SDG sectors, to respect fundamental rights for creatives, such as intellectual property rights, especially in this time of digital revolution, where new market mechanisms are emerging, and therefore also great attention must be paid to exactly this protection against ownership, but also against unequal market conditions. I have a lot of more, but I think these for me are the most important points for the moment.
Thank you indeed, Angelica. Before I pass it on to Pratik and Rainer, 2 information I'm happy to share with all of us today about, you mentioned the Agenda 2030. Next year, in 2023, the Sustainable Development Goal number 11 about cities will be evaluated and discussed as part of the annual assessment of the SDGs, right? So we do also have to say something in this conference about creative economies, city, and the SDGs, and the assessment of the SDGs in the crisis. That's point number 1. Point number 2, at this moment, and it should be confirmed hopefully soon, the Secretary General of the United Nations is about to announce the installation of a special advisory committee, including local and regional government representatives. This would be the first time in the history of the United Nations that there would be such an advisory role of local governments and regional governments to the United Nations law. Just to think about that. Pratik and Rainer, about how to support dialogue and cooperation, including these bureaucratic factors, and sometimes it is this minister, sometimes it is this minister, sometimes it changes, etc. How to move on and make sure that this G20 Indonesia gets straight to the point regarding creative economy. Pratik and Rainer.
Thanks, Nicholas. I think Erika raised a valid point about the definition, and then Angelica followed it up with data issues. I think both are valid points, and both are quite closely interlinked. I think the reason that we've not been able to arrive at one single definition of this concept called creative economy is the fact that it is a concept that is dynamic in nature. It will keep evolving. It has evolved over time, and it will keep evolving as the country develops, as the sectors develop, and and that's the reason we'll not be able to have. Of course, I'm glad that ASEAN is working on an umbrella definition. That's great. But so what is needed is to, I mean, you can have the G20 can really help in having collective agreements, but the implementation has to be country-led. So whatever implementation or whatever policy recommendations that will really go would have to be country-led. So I'll just point out a couple of 3 or 4 policy recommendations that countries can really try and implement, and then that can, of course, benefit G20 as a whole. Firstly is the rising digital divide. I think the sector currently faces important bottlenecks related to digital divide. We need policies to promote widespread internet access even to remote locations. Further, since most of the firms involved in the sector are micro level and most workers are freelance, with marginal financial support, governments must ensure the provision of digital creative production tools more accessible and affordable. And where public-private partnerships, I think, could really help facilitate it. Also, I think the scale of public investment in the sector is unreasonably low currently.
Thank you.
So these are some of the points that I think countries themselves can try and implement, and then that can benefit G20 as a whole.
Thank you very much, Pratik. Rainer, we have 5 minutes left. But don't take the 5 minutes. Just about these questions.
Okay, I can just say yes, 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 and yes to what was said before. I would like to add that when let's agree the frame of our recovery are still the SDGs, right? The Agenda 2030, and then we have to admit what you already mentioned, that within the Agenda 2030, culture and creativity plays no role, almost no role. In some side sentences it's there. That's why the Culture 2030 goal campaign was launched, also, by the way, co-signed by the UNSG, which is quite remarkable, I guess. So we have to take this into account, that the connection is not already there between the policy frames and the creative world. This has to be tackled, I guess, very honest. And also, what was mentioned by several speakers, the multilateral system we're dealing in. Angelica said that in the different countries she's working in different situations, of course. But of course, GIZ, as the governmental development agency, is working in cities. Of course, the cities are in countries, but the partners are the cities, not the national governments. So I think the connection between the local and regional level and the national level has to be empowered and has to be strengthened very much. I mean, this is absolutely key. If we fail with this, we cannot move forward. And that's why the opportunity is huge this year with the presidency of Indonesia to connect, to make a better connection between G20 and U20, and then on with the German presidency of G7 and U7 and the T's of both sides, of course. This is very, very important, as we have seen that during the pandemic, the areas where the most effective implementation of measurements were done was the local and regional level. So the national governments couldn't manage that anymore. That was the cities who managed that on a daily basis. And this has to be seen and also acknowledged, that without knowing that, without changing this system, we cannot recover from the crisis. That's absolutely key. And again, data is key, but understanding the data is also key.
Thank you very much, Rainer. So we are reaching the end of today's conversation. Before I thank the panelists for their insights and everybody which you do not see for managing the techniques perfectly, just allow me hopefully to make a very, very short recap. First, the issue of relevance, right? I think this is absolutely critical. We don't have to overdo, it has to be relevant, and especially the recommendations have to be economically relevant. They have to be tangible, right? It's about principles, it's about definitions, this was said, standards, but we have to make proof that we are talking about concrete issues, about placemaking, about investment, about addressing the digital divide, about addressing markets, about equal access and equal opportunities. Change. We are in a changing situation. We need to adapt. We need to work collectively. We need this spirit of cooperation to address not just change, but also divergence, disruptions, broken systems. Last point, maybe the most important, there is clearly a regional dimension, especially here in Southeast Asia or in Europe. There is a global dimension. This global dimension is complicated, and the challenge is yet to be met. Right? It's not yet done. We have to make this happen, and with this, I mean, it's a collective call. I think from our opening session, we collectively have to make that happen, and we need to make sure that the recommendations of this forum and then the aftermath, the energy we are gathering here will be kept on. This is absolutely critical and absolutely fundamental. Then in the background there is the Agenda 2030 and so on. But let's make that happen. And last but not least, clearly, I would say relevance, tangible, markets, definitions and so on, drivers, local governments, subnational governments, cities, they are part of the global new equation of circular economy, and I think this can be addressed. So thank you very much. On stage, Tita Lorazati with the Indonesia Creative Cities Network, and Rainer Kern from the city of Mannheim in Georgia and UNESCO Cities of Music. Thank you very much online. Prati Kukreja in India with ICRIER, Erika Paula Sioson from the Secretary of ASEAN in Jakarta, and Angelika Frey-Oldenburg with the German Cooperation Agency, GIZ, in Germany. I'm Nicolas Bouchou. It was a pleasure, and I hope we have given you the envy to move forward with this conversation. Thank you very much, and keep tuned for the next sessions of Connecti City 2022 in Bandung. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nicola J. Bouchard, and we are going to witness, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, please remain at stage because we are now going to witness the giving of the token of appreciation from Connecti City 2022 to the moderator and also the two speakers who are here offline with us today, which will be presented by the tourism industry section, head of tourism industry section from Tourism West Java Tourism and Culture Agency, to Bapak Rizpiaga STMT. Kami silahkan dengan hormat. Kita berikan tepuk tangan Bapak dan Ibu, and Mr. Busho, Ibu Dunita Larasati, and also Mr. Rainer Ken, would you please stand up? Bapak silahkan untuk dapat naik ke atas panggung, dan rekan-rekan dari Mojang Jajaka silahkan untuk dapat menyerahkan souvenirnya. And the speakers and participants of Connecti City 2022 will receive souvenirs which is specially made for the event. The souvenirs are produced through collaboration between West Java and East Java, and the symbol of kuda lumping in the souvenir has a meaning of how humans have dynamic responses. It takes sharpness and critical thinking represented by the cleaver symbol without forgetting the role of humans themselves in maintaining the continuity of nature represented by pebble, sustainable fabric. Ya, kita saksikan bersama penyerahan cindera mata We are now witnessing the giving of the token of appreciation from Connecti City 2022 to the moderator and speakers who are here offline at Gedung Merdeka, Bandung, West Java, Indonesia. And from Connecti City 2022 is represented by the head of tourism industry section from West Java Tourism and Culture Agency, Mr. Rizpiaga. And we also given the opportunity to Mr. Rizpiaga to take pictures with the moderator and the speakers as well. And later on, we'll be taking pictures together, all the three person with Mr. Rizpiaga, of course. Ya, Bapak Aga silakan berfoto bersama dengan para pembicara dan juga moderator. Silakan mungkin untuk dapat diabadikan oleh rekan-rekan dokumentasi, dan terima kasih juga untuk rekan-rekan Mojang Jajaka yang sudah membantu penyerahan dari Cindramata ini. Thank you very much, distinguished guests. Please give a warm applause for the moderator and also the speakers from the first panel. Thank you very much, and please return to your seat. Okay, that was the first panel from Connecti City 2022. And the first panel, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, is inviting 5 speakers. We have Erika Paula Sjöson, Pratektu Freja, Angelica Frey Oldenburg, Ibu Dwini Talarasati, and also Mr. Rainer Kern. And it is moderated by Mr. Nicola J.A. Busho. And now we are going to moving along to the second panel, and the second panel is going to talk about, or the theme for the second panel is creative economy and the future of work. And just like the first panel, we are going to start the second panel with the keynote speech. But before that, let me inform you once again that assembled with this event, the Connecti City 2022, we have 2 exhibitions held. The first is the mini exhibition that is held at Gedung Merdeka, Bandung. We have 8 booths. And also the second, which is interesting, is the exhibition held at Paris Van Java Mall. And it is held from 14 March. And for those of you who would like to see the exhibition collaboration between Connecti City 2022 with British Council, you can feel free to come to Paris Van Java, and then it is open for public and also free, especially for all the delegations from Connecti City 2022. And if you are interested as well, it is also free for public, so please do not hesitate to come, take pictures there, and also share it on your social media, and don't forget to tag Connecti City 2022, of course. Okay, now we are going to move forward to the second panel, and we will start the second panel with the keynote speech. And today, before the keynote speech, let me inform you that the second panel will invite 6 speakers. Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, just like I mentioned before, that the second panel will start with the keynote speech that will be talking about creative economy and the future work in the Global South. So please give a warm welcome to our speakers. Join us online, Program Director from CHEPEC, Mr. Ramiro Albrum.
everyone. Good afternoon for you, good morning for me. I'm coming from Buenos Aires. I'm in Buenos Aires, so it's early in the morning. So I am coordinating a global project, a global initiative called The Future of Work in the Global South, where, for example, last year we gathered some 100 researchers from the Middle East, Asia, Africa, Latin America, trying to think together about the future of work, trying to bring Global South voices into the global discussion on the future of work. So my presentation will be some of my thoughts, but also, in a way, a poor translation of the work of many researchers from the Global South. So I will organize my presentation in three main parts. The first one has to do with the future of work and the international community, or the future of work and the G20. The second one has to do with the future of work and the creative economy, the connection between both topics. And the third one has to do with the future of work and geography, or the future of work and place, or the future of work and Urban 20. So again, the future of work and the G20, the future of work and creativity, and the future of work and place. But before that, let me start with the quote from George Orwell. You know, that I think that it must be the main idea behind my talk. You know, George Orwell was writing in the early 40s of the last century, and he said something along these lines. He said, every now and then something happens. Know that it's ultimately traceable to changes in industrial technique, though the connections isn't always obvious, and the whole spirit and tempo of life changes, and people acquire a new outlook which reflects itself in their political behavior, their manners, their architecture, and their literature, and everything else. I believe that we are going through this type of, disruptions, this type of periods of history, with everything is changing, and we have a lot of new drivers to take into account, particularly, I believe, digital transformation. So my reflections will be about the future of work, but I think that it's important the timing. I mean, why now? Talking about the future of work, because now we need to manufacture the future. It's a moment for doing that. So regarding the first one, regarding future of work and international community, first, let me give you some figures about that. In the next 3 decades, the global working age population will increase by 25%. So 1 billion people will be added to the working age population. We will need to find a work for them, for these 1 billion people. These 1 billion people will be located in developing countries. They are 100% of these 1 billion people. So we need to think about the working conditions, the technology, the skills, the regulations in the global south for addressing the issue of the incoming labor force, that will be located in the global south. Particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, we will have to create some maybe 500 million jobs over the next 3 decades. So that's a lot, a lot. So what I'm saying, as my first comment, is that the global labor markets are converging to global south labor markets. So that's one main issue of why we need to think globally about the labor market. The second comment is that these global south countries lack proper responses, mechanisms to address this challenge. Why? Well, because we failed in the past to take advantage of technological revolutions. So now we need to check if we have the right skills development institutions, the institutions for encouraging technological change, and so on. But this imbalance between the challenge and the institutional arrangements is particularly huge regarding skills. And we have underinvestment in key skills, for example, soft skills during early childhood. We have a lot of misinvestment. We are forming children with routine skills, and the future has to do with non-routine skills. I will go to that later. And we have a lot of regressive investment. In a way, we are, for example, in the labor market, we are forming we're only formal workers, high-wage workers, men, workers with long-term contracts, and so on. So, again, regarding we have like a big opportunity that arises from digital transformation, but we have a lot of failures in our institutions, in a way of how to confront this challenge, how to take advantage of this opportunity. So that's why I believe that the international community has a key role to play, because we need to fund new skills development systems for the Global South. I'm saying we need more money. We need more ideas. We need proper technology transfer policies for bringing new technologies to the Global South, and so on. And it is really hard to make all these things a country by itself. It needs the international community. So that's why I believe that the future of work agenda and the international, or the G20 agenda, is deeply connected. Let me go to topic 2 that has to do with future of work and the creative economy. Of course, creativity and the creative economy is an elusive concept, and it has many definitions. So I will focus on 2 main definitions. One, creativity as a skill, not as a sector, as a skill. And the second one, creativity as a sector. So I will try to bring these 2 perspectives. The first one, creativity as a skill, and the second one, creativity as a sector. Regarding the creativity as a skill, we have a huge global challenge. Why? Because if you look at the labor market, 30% of workers are performing non-routine tasks, like in a way creative tasks, trying to do different things with the same inputs. So just 30% of the global market is engaged in some creativity in their workplace. Then we have 70% that is not, that is just performing routine tasks that we believe machines will do better and are doing better right now. So there we have a big global challenges of reskilling. But this challenge is bigger or more important in the developing world. If you look at the Global South as a group, we have just 25% or less than 25% of workers are performing creative tasks. And in the Global North, 50%. So you can see the contrast there. 50% of workers in the Global North are performing tasks that have to do with doing something new, to create new things, to move away from routine. But in the Global South, it is about less than 25%. And in low-income countries, it's just less than 10% of workers are engaged in some non-routine creative tasks in their workplace. So regarding creativity as a skill, creativity, we can think of creativity as a general purpose skill that can be part of every process in every sector of the economy, because it's about doing something new, it's about changing processes, creating new products, and so on. So there we have a huge global challenge, particularly the challenge is really, really huge in low-income countries. But then if you think about creativity as a sector, not as a skill, if you think about advertising, marketing, design, IT services, publishing, and so on, there I believe that the creative sector has a key role to play in encouraging, we can say, 21st century structural transformation. This sector is critical for the developing world, because in the past we used to try to go for manufacturing because manufacturing was a special sector in terms of job creation, in terms of productivity, in terms of integration to the global economy. Okay, now manufacturing is no longer this special sector. And the new sector, the novel sector, the special sector is the sector that we call the high-skill digital services, or virtual services. And all these sectors, as I mentioned, advertising, marketing, design, IT services, particularly IT services, publishing, they all belong to this high-skill virtual services sector. So in a way, if we, the developing world, are starting to think about new growth models, new development models, we need to think about this sector. We need to encourage the growth of this sector. We need to find more connections between these sectors and the rest of our national economies. I believe that that's the only route, path to development. Now that in manufacturing and in agriculture, technology is displacing workers. It's automating tasks. But this is not the case in the services sector. Services sector, you can find complementarities between new technologies and people, humans. You need humans in the loop in every sector, subsector of the services sector. So that's why I'm saying that creative economy as a sector needs to be part of our development agenda in the global south. As manufacturing was in the 50s, 60s of the last century. So in a way, the creative economy is part of the solution of our development challenges. So again, when I was thinking about creativity or the creative economy in the future of work, I found these two connections: creativity as a skill, creativity as a sector, and in both, I believe that your community has a key role to play when we think about the global south. And finally, let me go to the future of work and Urban 20, the future of work and place, or the future of work and geography. That there's this idea, this wrong idea in our experts, many of our experts in the digital economy, that there's no connection between the the world made of bits and the world made of atoms. It's kind of, they are disconnected. They say the world is flat. We are all part of a digital community. And I think that this is not the right way to think about how to be part, how to encourage participation, and a dynamic participation in the digital economy. Why? Well, first, because because we are creating new geographies. We are creating digital geographies. We are creating mountains, obstacles, in the digital world. So entry, being part of the digital economy is policy intensive. It's not automatic. It's policy intensive, and adding value to the digital economy is also policy intensive. So why I believe that local policies matter, and regional policy matters, and national policy matters? Because first, of course, we need a lot of new infrastructure that maybe in the global north, again, they are pushing for creating new infrastructure, but in the global south, we are still trying to manage, we are still trying to solve the third industrial revolution infrastructure that we need. Imagine that in Sub-Saharan Africa, 70% of individuals are offline. 70% of individuals are offline in Sub-Saharan Africa. So what I'm saying is that we need a big push in digital infrastructure. Otherwise, in the global south, we will be unable to enter the digital economy. So this is really very tangible, very real infrastructure. The second issue of why geography matters or place matters is about what we call agglomeration economies. Of course, we are working in a global environment, in a digital environment, in the world of bits, but we still need to we need to engage in face-to-face interaction, particularly for innovation. In innovation, we need to think collectively, as a collective, and in order to do that, we need to gather together. So that's why I believe that there are a lot of agglomeration economies in these most dynamic sectors, and that's why we need to cluster. Even if we are working digital and global, we still need to cluster together. And finally, and I believe that this is the most important reason why we need to think about very concrete, real-world policies and place policies, we can say, is about the skills challenge. The way we form humans, I believe, we can engage in some hybrid with some virtual instances of learning, but I believe that we still need face-to-face learning systems. We need to encourage early childhood education in our cities, in our regions. We need to reform primary and secondary education, and also, again, for trying to make it inclusive, we need to acknowledge the digital gaps, in access to technology or to know how to use technologies. So, and of course, regarding working in the learning in the workplace, again, our formal training systems are highly unequal. Therefore, as I just mentioned, high-wage workers, men workers, workers with long-term contracts. So we need to change that. But in order to make the skills development system inclusive and dynamic by design, we need to think about the cities. We need to think about the national policies and make them work together. Okay, I will stop here. I just try to connect my research, and I will say the research of my community, of the future of work in the Global South community, with your expertise, your ideas, and your effort to encourage the creative economy. And I hope that I succeed in that. Thanks for everything.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramiro Elbru. What an interesting insight to start the second panel. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we will begin our interactive panel, and I will invite the moderator on duty. He is a lecturer at Institute Technology and Science Bandung and also an assistant lecturer at Bandung Institute of Technology. He holds an important role as a West Java creative economy expert board for craft subsector and have years of experience at the creative industry organization and workplace, such as exhibition coordinator at Indonesia Designer, board of Creative Entrepreneur Network, managing director of Design Hub Bandung, and also program officer of Bandung Creative City Forum. He has a Master of Design degree from Institute Technology of Bandung and a Bachelor of Design degree Product Design Institute Technology of Bandung, and held numerous workshops and exhibitions in big cities in Asia and Europe, and has conducted a lot of community project, publication, and achievement. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm applause for Mr. Hari A. Mawardi. Good afternoon, Bapak Hari. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you very much, Ms.
So now I will handle the panel to you. Would you please?
Thank you very much, Teh Agi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to have you all here in the Merdeka building of Asia Africa Street in Bandung. And at this lovely afternoon, we will have a very interactive session with, I believe we came from 4 continents, including Mr. Ramiro before from Argentina. And then we have Svetlana Bordunova, Patrick Linville, and John O'Bigin from Europe. And then Andre Kwok from Asia, and then Ojoma from Africa. So this will be a very huge opportunity for us to see a different perspective about the creative economy and the future of work. Before we start, I like to invite Mr. Patrick Linville, the President Director of IKEA Indonesia, to join me in the stage, and also Mr. John O'Bigin from Office of the Mayor of London, Chair of Creative Industry Policies and Evidence Centers International Council of UK. Please join me in the stage and give a round of applause for both of them. Thank you very much. And also already join us through online is Svetlana Bordunova. Hi, Svetlana. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do. Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you very much. And then we have Andre Kwok from Good City Foundation. Hi, Andre. How are you?
Hello, Pak Harry. Good to hear from you, and also hi, everyone.
Hi. And then we have Ojoma, if I'm correct to spell the word. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, and I can hear you. Hi, everyone. Good to be here.
Okay, thank you very much. So, for starting, we will talk about creative economy and the future of work with 3 key points about partnership to invest in creative economy. And then the second one is creative economy, connecting the 4th industrial revolution and the informal economy. And third is new perspectives on creative economy and media. And probably to accommodate the participant that already joined us offline in this building, I will also summarize all the speakers after you talk a little bit with Bahasa to summarize for the participant to have the context of the conference, if you may. And then we will start from Svetlana, the Director Center for International Media Research, St. Petersburg State University. Svetlana, the time is yours.
Thank you so much indeed, and I will start this panel from the communication and media perspectives. I will now share my presentation, if you please. Hope you see it now. Hope you can hear me and see my presentation now. If you could respond to this.
Okay, we can hear you, but probably we have some technical difficulties for the slides, but you can carry on.
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay, we can see your slide now.
Yeah. Is this better now?
Yep, I believe so.
Yep. So let's stay this way so that you can hear and see me. There's quite a long way from St. Petersburg, Russia, where I am now, and Indonesia, and I'm very honored to be part of this Urban 20 and Connectivity 2022 meeting, and thanks for this invitation. As probably all of you know, the recent events in my part of the world have made me reshape my presentation and give sort of more a warning perspective rather than a perspective which takes the positive side. However, I need to say that we are continuing and hope there is dialogue, and we hope to be able to participate in this dialogue. And I'm speaking now as a global scholar and a global speaker. So let me share with you my concerns about the communication and creative industries. Because communication and media are a bit different from other creative industries, to my viewpoint. First of all, media and communication comprise several creative industries under one umbrella of, saying, communication creative industries, including PR, advertising, journalism, social media management, and many more, actually. However, today I would like to focus on a bigger societal role of media and communication for the outer society and for other creative industries and for other parts of creative economy, because the events around me, around myself and my family today, make me and call for making a step further, making a step up in speaking about media as a distorted social mirror, as something that impacts today and influences today whatever we do in the world. And I would like to talk about three things: mediatization, sustainability, and peace building, which has a connection to the wider structure of the society and also to the creative economy and the future of work and the nature of working today. First of all, about mediatization. What does it mean? And what have we been facing recently in the recent decades, and what we are facing today, which I think is a bit understudied and is not on the agendas of the world discussions to the extent that it deserves. First of all, mediatization is penetration of the media logic, the logic of media and communication, into the logic of existence of another industry, of other industries. It not only means orientation to the fact that media exists. It not only means orientation to media attention, to media coverage, to the deadlines provided by media, as, for example, the political sphere does, very much orienting itself today to how media will behave and how media will accept or not accept of what politicians suggest. Creative industries also experience this mediatization very highly. So one creative industry has a huge impact upon another creative industry, whatever you take, see it art, ballet, creation of very highly intellectual goods, and so on. It not only means orientation to this attention, it also means adjustment of the product itself to omnipresence of media. And also the response penetration of this industrial logic into media production, in how media change. So when we speak about the overall role of media and communication, especially social communication on social networking and global communication in this form, you will see that communication, as Luhmann and his fellow Richard Munch was saying, communication plays sort of a wind role, a convection role between different social systems and between different industries, because media allow us to talk across industries, across subsystems of the society, across something that Germans would name as Teilsysteme, system parts of societies, or Funktionssysteme, so functional systems, systems oriented to particular industries. For creative industries, for work in creative industries, it means growth of performativity in the very heart of their industries, and dependence of success upon something, upon media and communication, and upon how world is looking at them, which might really distort the assessment of their real value. And we need to see how this matters. We need to assess it more, and we need to pay more attention to it. Also, we need to look at how media and communication may work as a non-distorted mirror, as something that is much less distorted than it is today. Because not only creation, but also spread of innovation and spread of what we see as new depends highly on media. This is something that we need to put on the agendas, media and innovation. There is this area of studies, but it's not that big and not that crucial as it needs to be crucial today. This is my viewpoint. Now, several words about something that has been of primary concern to me and my colleagues within the last weeks. Media are not only a creative industry, are not only something that connects and visualizes other creative industries. It also makes possible a wider thing, which is social consensus. We know a lot of theories about deliberative processes and about how people come to agreement, about how people come to understanding, about how people come to their co-decisions, their mutual decisions, and share understandings, which crucially matters not only for how we work in creative industries, but also in a wider perspective. Today's public spheres, however, are seen as dissonant, disruptive, and discontinued. They are constant reassemblages, which also affects how we see the work in such creative industries, because it's much more temporary and it's much more flexible at the same time. Rational deliberation does not seem possible, and I would like to drag attention of today's audience to a very fundamental, paradoxical gap between how we see agreement via communication and how we see informing via narrative. Because agreement, as seen by Jürgen Habermas, the great German scholar, is described as true agreement created by acceptance of optimal grounds, that everyone who participates in negotiation, including very complicated negotiations that are taking place today, that all the deliberating sides need to agree that they have found an optimal route from reason to consequences. However, the nature of narrative, which is one-sided, person-focused, and has a nature of storytelling, opposes this, opposes the nature of the deliberative round-robin dialogue. This fundamental difference has to be addressed on the highest possible level of how we continue deliberating in the world of narratives, because there are also other disruptions that depend on it. We have seen in the pandemic world how the infodemic developed, and the commercial nature of media, which earned money by informing people, unfortunately played sometimes against the interests of people, because the commercial nature of media made them earn money because of our anxiety. And without creating the constant common ground, the reference guide, referencing a common reference field and guidance for all of us, instead of this, there was a hype that people were earning money off rather than helping others. Also, there is political abuse of traditional and social media via computational propaganda and many more. And there is also this fundamentally blurred boundaries of truth that we need to also address, which are being addressed on the level of UNESCO, the UN, and other entities. But I think that the economic view on how we construct the truth is also very necessary. However, we need not panic. We need not to be very pessimistic about this, because we need to learn how to live in the public spheres of high complexity, in the societies that are mediated and mediatized, and in the industries which highly depend on the presence of media today. For example, my colleagues and I have been elaborating on cumulative deliberative processes, on opinion formation that has cumulative, not this round-robin deliberative nature. And this might complement our understanding, this new normativity might complement how we understand agreement and how we understand future work. Because normal people have a right not to be deliberative, but institutions do. And we need to study how cumulative opinion formation works, and we need to distinguish between grassroots non-deliberative talk, industrial biases in this talk, like media biases in this talk, structural biases, and strategic distortions in public discourse. This will definitely help see creative industries of media and communication as more clean and more publicly serving. And my last point is about the peace building and about how communication and media could help, because there's, for every single creative industry today, there is again this question of how to write poems after Auschwitz that Theodor Adorno posed many years ago. And what can we do? Every single person I know in my industry are asking themselves, what can be done today to prevent and to recover from? Creativity in media work, as we know, is highly abused today because social polarization is even constructed and communication is used to prepare grounds for wars around the world. And there's nothing except for people to prevent it because institutions created for that cannot prevent proxy war as we see today. So what we can do is media literacy, media education, especially in the cities. And this creates a huge gap between cities and villages, for example, in terms of how people get media educated and how people can detect fake news, for example, and how people can find truth in the environments that surround them, in the overloaded, really overloaded environments, mediated environments. Then we need balanced media, perhaps even independent of nation states. We need some world information system that would be detached from national interests in order to inform people of what is going on and try to find balanced reporting. And also, mediatization of wars and conflicts must be on international agendas to the bigger extent than it is today. Thank you so much, and I'm open to questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Svetlana. Please give some round of applause for Svetlana and her thought. Okay, so there are a lot of interesting points about came from Svetlana's presentation about, especially about the media role in nowadays agenda probably, and then there are some highlight that I already take notes is about the distort of the assessment of real value. I believe this is something that we already entering the period of about the reality and or also the virtual reality in this digital transformation should be taken aware of, especially for the creative industries. And I think we will talk again about this later more thoroughly. And then we will start to give some time for the second speaker is Patrick Lanville from President Director of IKEA Indonesia to share his thoughts about the creative economy and the future of work. The time is yours, Patrick.
Thank you, Pat. Selamat sore, everyone. First of all, I'm very grateful this is an international setting, so we stick to Bahasa Inggris. I hope that's okay. Before I start, I'd just like to extend my gratitude to the government of West Java for giving me the opportunity to represent IKEA during this event and during this panel. I would like to take you through just a few sections when it comes to how IKEA sees its position in the creative economy and how we see that we are currently, but more importantly, how we intend to continue to support the creative economy going forward. And I'm going to finish with one point, which is about prerequisites for doing that engagement and support to the economy. Starting just to give you a concept and a context of why we so much appreciate to be here. It's really about where we are in the world we're living in today. And as we are in this situation calling for action, it is extremely important that we do this together. We are living in extraordinary times. We have had a pandemic since, declared in March 2020 as a global pandemic, rippling through the societies and individual lives. We do not know how long that effect will be with us, but for sure it will have everlasting and long-lasting changes to behavior, to people's lives, and to people's livelihoods. And of course, adding to this, as this is not enough, we currently see an extremely challenging situation globally. It was mentioned before, we have significant geopolitical tensions also outside this region. We see inflationary events taking place daily. Basic commodities spike in prices and spike in costs. Cost of doing business is going up. So if we look at the mid to long-term, or at least short to mid-term outlook, it's a very challenging environment we're in. So from an IKEA point of view, we really appreciate this call for action. Trying to give you context of IKEA in general, but also IKEA in Indonesia. IKEA has been in Indonesia since the 90s. And just lately, in 2014, we were as a brand starting to run our retail operations here. But what's important to mention is we are one brand, and since we entered the market in 1990, we have been committed to and remain committed to be a long-term partner to the Indonesian economy. We are here for long term, we're here to contribute and to support, and as the situation now calls for, also be part of the recovery of the economy. And why is then IKEA so excited to be here and try to be part of the solution? Well, it actually starts with the foundation, because ever since IKEA was founded, it has followed this vision, which is about to create a better everyday life for the many people. So it's a social mission. Underneath this, we are resting on a firm layer of 8 values, and 2 of them are togetherness and positive impact. So we would argue that seeing all these challenges we have in this world, all the volatility, all the uncertainty, we certainly think that it has never been more important to embrace the value of togetherness and value to make a positive impact. So to try to describe a little bit how we work practically around this, not just talking about values and mission and vision and things who we are, but we also would like to share what we have done that represents who we are. Since a couple of years, of course, we have worked and we are working very closely with the local and central governments in Indonesia around COVID efforts, fighting the COVID, relief efforts. We are also very engaged as ambassadors for vaccination. You know, something which not just, of course, touch the creative economy, but the economy as such and society as such. Among others, we have an almost 100% vaccination rate among our team members, and we are together with local and central governments and organizations continuously setting up vaccination centers. One example of relief efforts is something we did here in Bandung, actually, in, I think it was August 2020, when we, together with the Swedish Embassy and Business Sweden, donated a significant amount of face masks and mattresses in the West Java government's efforts to fight COVID and its impact to its community. We are sourcing locally made products. As a global company, we are doing our utmost to source in Indonesia, which is not just buying the products, but also bringing industry expertise when it comes to production and design to the local economy. We are actively growing and have been growing our network to work with SMEs. And we, as late as last year, we established a national memorandum of understanding with the Ministry of Cooperatives, which is a commitment from our side to implement and support SME stands, SME booths in all our IKEA stores around the country. And this is actually something which is unique for our brand across the world. Nowhere else is this being done. And another example, if I may take one from Bandung, something which my dear friend, the moderator here, knows very well. We have worked and we are working very actively with local artists. We are in our store in Bandung, giving space, curating, cooperating and supporting local artists in their expression of the local art and the local art movement. And finally, what we have done only during last year is actually we have, despite the COVID, despite the global supply chain disruption, despite all the challenges, we have continued to be committed. And last year we more than doubled in Indonesia our presence when it comes to retail space and outlets, which meant that we more than doubled our workforce and welcome more than 1,000 new colleagues to the creative economy. So despite these challenges, we are working very closely with our business partners to continue to invest. So just a few small words about what we're going to do in the future to frame this one in terms of actions, and then I will try to summarize also with one prerequisite we see as a business. But having mentioned what we have done doesn't go far. We all know that most things remains to be done. So having said that, we are extremely focused on continuing the actions that I mentioned. The first thing we're going to do is continue to invest in new stores and new meeting points with customers around Indonesia, which means we're going to continue to hire and recruit and develop and give job opportunities in the creative economy. We are also, as we speak actually, launching a social entrepreneurial program which will span over 2 years. It will allow 10 social entrepreneurs from Indonesia to develop and scale the business model with support from our business and organization. So as you hear here, the number of different avenues which we're exploring. I also mentioned before the work we're doing with the SMEs, where we up until today have only been in the stores, but we're also going to take the Indonesian SMEs online to our own web platform. So basically doing it nationally accessible across Indonesia. When it comes to, just a short word also when it comes to digitalization, it was mentioned before, and I think just as much has been said on the digitalization as there are opinions, but we, like many other businesses, we are actually doubling down our efforts within that area. And it's not to do something radically different, but it's actually to use the technological capabilities there are out there to become more accessible, to become more affordable, but also to reskill and upskill our workforce. As we are using also digital formats in different ways, we also see that we are finding new and developing new skills which hasn't been there before. We have a significant acceleration of online-offline integration during the last couple of years here. So I'm personally extremely excited about that, and it's not about rationalizing the business, it's about improving the business when it comes to digital capabilities. And for the creative economy, I think it's just good news because you really increase accessibility, affordability, and you help that business and this business to become much more present across the whole nation. Which we all understand is very important, right? Because sitting in a nation with 17,000 islands, a country wider than the US, it's extremely fragmented. It's very expensive to do business here if you want to be accessible, but this is really, really a key enabler for us. And when it comes to sustainability, well, for me, sustainability is part of everything we are doing. But we will, as a brand, of course, always continue to work hard on sustainable initiatives. I mentioned we are here for being a positive force and making a positive impact. That, for us, means we need to have a sustainable business throughout all activities in the organization and what we're doing. And finally, on things that we have planned is our ongoing exploration and how we can work more actively with local educational institutes, train, being incubator for the creative economy with our business as a platform, enabling, again, volumes to be created. That's just a few words on who we are, why we connect so much to the importance of recovering together and recover stronger. I would just like to finish my short speech here with one call and one sharing, and that's the fact that we are, as a business, working very, very hard, and we continue to advocate for a level play field when it comes to the regulatory framework that we are operating within. And why I'm saying this one is the fact that we are today seeing an increased challenge of importing certain categories as a global brand in Indonesia. The fact that we do that actually is a challenge for us when it comes to being able to be committed to what I just said. How can we maximize, and how can we go all in when it comes to being a positive force? Because being a positive force, investing in creative economy, we need resources. And to illustrate what I'm trying to say now, I can share with you that during 1 year, the limitation and challenges we have in certain categories of import means that we actually reduce our ability to invest in the creative economy to a level which is equivalent to 1 new IKEA store per year. And that's a significant amount of resources which could be invested into growing the workforce, growing the economy, growing the network, growing the infrastructure, tearing down barriers, and making sure there's a bigger degree of collaboration across the industries. Let me then finally just say a big thank you. It has been and it is a privilege to be here. And on behalf of IKEA Indonesia, I just want to repeat what I started to say. We have been here since the 90s. We are committed to create a better everyday life for the many people. We are committed to continue to invest in the creative economy, and we are committed to continue to provide and create economical and societal benefits for Indonesia for the long-term future. Thank you so much. Terima kasih. Hatur nuhun.
Give a round of applause. Thank you very much, Patrick. Such an inspiring word, because I believe, like mentioned before by Svetlana, the balanced media, and then also the peace building, all these things should be covered in nowadays agenda, because as what IKEA wanted to share about create a better everyday life, togetherness and positive impact is something that we all adore to achieve at this moment. And I think it's some very good gesture from the IKEA to show how collaboration can be made between IKEA and also the government in Indonesia, especially with the SME supports. For your information, the project of Teras Indonesia with IKEA, especially with the West Java provincial government, has attracting 500 SME to participate, and 10% of them are already being given the chance to showcasing and also sells their product in IKEA stores in Bandung especially. And I believe just recently the IKEA in Sentul already started the projects also. So I believe the good impact that IKEA are dreaming of in Indonesia probably in the near future should be gather for all the SME to achieve that also. And then without further ado, probably the next speakers, John will begin from London, UK, will also share his thoughts about the creative economy and the future of work. John, the time is yours.
Harry, thank you very much. Could I have there's my first slide. Could I start by saying it's a great privilege to be here in this very historic building, because, of course, the 1955 conference here took place at a time when the world was divided into two camps, and there was a great deal of anxiety and fear about how most people and most nations were going to prosper. And we're similarly at a time now when the world is feeling that it's being divided into camps again, and we're not just resetting the creative economy after the COVID pandemic, but we're resetting the global economy. So the stakes are very high, and this is a very important moment, not just for Indonesia, but for all of us who work in the creative industries and all of us who are interested in the future of the global economy. But Harry said at the beginning, we have 3 questions that we've been asked to address on this panel. And I think if we paraphrase them, we could say 1 is about partnerships, 1 is about technology, and 1 is about information. So I just want to make a few points on those issues. Can we have the next slide, please? And before the next slide comes, I'll tell you what it says, so you don't have to wait for it. It says, while international relationships are getting colder, intercity relationships are getting warmer. So one of the things that I think we need to think about is, in this year when Indonesia has the presidency of the G20, is what is going to happen at the G20 in terms of relationships between nations, but also what is going to happen between cities in terms of the relationships between cities, epitomized by the U20, epitomized by Connecti City, epitomized by Indonesia Creative Cities Network, and so on. So there's a real opportunity to try and integrate how we think about these things at a city level and how we think about them at a national level. And can I have the next slide, please? And of course they go together, because if you look at these four huge issues that we have to address around the world, all of them are issues which are being intensified by the rush to urban living. Over 50% of the world's population now living in cities. That is growing rapidly. The problems that we are creating for ourselves on the planet are generated by cities, and therefore the solutions must be found within cities. So again, I think connecting the global and the local is hugely important. And can we have the next slide, please? So if we think about new partnerships, I've just put up 3 here. One is about partnerships with academia. We do not understand much of the dynamics of the creative sector because it's fragmented, because much of it is informal, because much of it is micro businesses, because much of it is very, very difficult to pin down, and because much of it is changing very rapidly because of digital technology. So there are partnerships with research organizations and academia. My second word is design, and by that I mean partnerships with government, because I think that most governments still see the creative economy as a nice little addition on the side. But in London, for example, we have a 20-year transport plan, and we have a 20 and 25-year infrastructure plan for land use planning. We're now developing a 25-year plan for cultural strategy so that we can integrate culture and creativity into the long-term planning for the city. And we need to be thinking about having that happen at a national and international level too. So design is crucial. And the third point is intermediaries and aggregators. And by that we mean governments do find it difficult to engage with the creative sector, and so do big businesses. So rather than talking about intermediaries, I'll give you an example which involves IKEA, which is a group of 2,000 women weavers in India working very informally, most of them illiterate, working in villages spread across an enormous area in rural India, have just signed a deal with IKEA, an 8-year deal worth $50 million for fabric. Now that would not have happened. IKEA can't go around villages in India to find illiterate women weavers, but an intermediary organization connected those two. So I think one of the things we have to think about is there is no distinction between the informal economy and the formal economy. Here are illiterate women weavers now connected to a global supply chain. That is the way the world is going to evolve in the future, and one of the ways in which we have to think about partnerships. Can we have the next slide, please? So thinking about new technologies, to pick up on my former point, although we asked to think specifically about the fourth industrial revolution, if we think about the intensification of technology and digital technology, that is what is driving informality. The informal is being made the new formal because of technology. So to think about an economy that is divided between formal and informal is going to be increasingly irrelevant. And one of the consequences of that is, I think we have to be thinking about work rather than jobs. And by that I mean most governments structure their tax system, their regulatory system, their planning system, their statistics, their social security systems on the basis of jobs. And we saw that in the time of the pandemic, because people in many countries who were in secure jobs were able to get government assistance. People who were not, who were working informally, were left to their own devices. But we're increasingly in a world where people, they do not have one job for life, and they may be working in a variety of different jobs at the same time. This is happening in the global south, but my God, it is beginning to happen in the global north too, because our economy is becoming more casualized. We have the growth of 0 hours contracts and the gig economy. So thinking about how we design our economic and fiscal and social structure systems in terms of work rather than jobs, and people rather than what people do, is increasingly important, and that will have a huge impact on the resilience and the sustainability of the creative economy. And the next slide, please. So here I've called this first point an algorithm economy or a human economy, and by that I mean We all use the internet. We think the internet is free. We think it's open access. It is. But we also know that the platforms, whether they're US-owned platforms or Chinese-owned platforms, they are using algorithms to decide what gets prominence on all our search engines. There is a huge, huge element of unaccountable control in the way the platforms work. TikTok last year in China decided to run a little mini platform to encourage or give greater profile to traditional craft makers across China. It had a huge impact on a traditional part of the creative economy in China. That's a decision made by one platform. These platforms are enormously powerful. The creative economy is barely empowered at all, partly because it is constituted on the basis of freelancers and microfinances. We have to think about whether we want an economy where the key issues that affect us all are going to be dictated by algorithms, or if we want the kind of economy where we as humans are able to make decisions and where the guiding principles are about things that work for the society, for the economy, for the environment, rather than what reflects the interests of the owners of the platform. And then secondly, on this information point, I put here imagination, not knowledge. I think one of the issues that we all suffer from around the world is education systems which are still working in tune with the 20th century version of the economy, where people will get jobs, where people will have a disciplined set of activities that they have to undertake. And as the chief economist at the Bank of England mentioned in a recent lecture, knowledge is something that we now all access from Google. What we really need is imagination. And if we're going to have a creative economy, it's an economy which is going to have to be based on imagination, and yet our education systems do not, on the whole, encourage imaginative, creative, collaborative, disruptive team working. It encourages competition between individuals in very, very controlled and regulated circumstances. In school, if you collaborate with somebody, it's called cheating. In work, if you collaborate with somebody, it's called good work. So there is a complete disjunction between what happens in education and what happens in the economy. And if the creative economy is going to thrive, this is an issue which we have to address. And I make these points because I think all of them are issues which, of course, need national and international action. But they are also issues which can be resolved and are being resolved in many cases at city and municipal level. And can I have the last slide, please? Very briefly, we're used to economic and social structures which are very much conditioned on the notion of value, because value in monetary terms and financial terms is a very easy metric to capture. If we are going to develop metrics to guide our policies which reflect the needs of society and community and the environment, highlighted by the pandemic, because it has been cultural activity that has held communities together during the pandemic when the financial infrastructure was beginning to collapse. We certainly need to be thinking about our values if we were to have an environmentally sustainable future. And in all these areas, again, the creative economy is at the heart of it, and the values that we think of to drive the creative economy are values that we must seek to replicate in the kind of metrics we use to gauge value. So it's value and values, not in opposition to each other, but working together. And again, that is something which at city level needs to be taken on board by city and municipal governments just as much as national governments. So thank you, Harry.
Thank you very much, John. Please give a big round of applause to John to begin. A very short but fruitful thoughts from you, John. I think there are some keywords that need to be highlighted. About the informal is the new formal. I believe this is also the current situation, especially in Indonesia. Like already mentioned about the Indian worker and then how they can become new formal at nowadays, especially more than 80% in Indonesia is still on informal sectors, especially the worker. And I believe probably some of the vendors of IKEA are also still covered in informal sectors. We will catch you again about that issue after the next speaker. The next speaker is from the Good City Foundation. a good friend of mine, founder and chairman, and then also the initiator of the Smart City Alliance. Please give a warm of applause for Andre Kwok. Andre, are you there?
Hi, Harry.
Okay, please, the time is yours.
Okay, so once again, thank you so much for having me, and let me share my screen here. Can you all see my screen?
Still loading, I believe.
See it? Okay. So, yeah, so I think, once again, thank you so much, back Harry, Tita, ICC, and the West Jaffa government for having me to share and also responding to the three questions in the U20 event here about the partnerships, how to invest to creative economy, connecting to technologies and also perspectives on the works in the future. I'll be first sharing about two cases that we have done with our counterpart, our friends in Indonesia the last few years, and also responding a little bit to the concerns or the importance or challenges facing especially the future of work, which my personal stance and perspective are very much together with what John mentioned about the informal sector. So one first case is about back in 2019, we have been collaborating with the city government of Bali, in Denpasar in Bali, to look at how to transform traditional tourism business into something more creative. As we all know, Bali has been very much visited by both Australian and also Chinese, and so we have conducted a partnership program called PVP by Youth. Back in 2019, that was our first time getting supported by ICC as well, and we happened to come across this location called Sunsan Village in Bali. And in the second year, as we follow up in the project, we also start engaging with the Harvard Graduate School of Design to provide deeper insights on and also assessment on how such a bamboo house tourism site can actually be as a pilot to transform gradually into something else. As one of the results, it's very tiny in a sense that the moment one of our suggestions was turning part of the site into development related to bamboo forest, as it happens that the site is actually surrounded by bamboo materials and the forest. So it turns out to be one of the plan that the owner adopt when the COVID-19 outbreak, that tourism was shut down, the whole tourism was bad in Bali, and the owner decided to adopt a plan to transform their site into bamboo treatment center. So as the video is showing here, it's the location of the bamboo treatment center where it's supposed to be a traditional tourism, and as the COVID hit, the site was transformed into a treatment center. The owner, who is an architect, helped the local workers to upskill and also sort of expand the business and innovate the business model into upcycling the worn out bamboo materials into furnitures, handicrafts, and also other materials that can be as part of the construction materials for new housings. So I think this is something we find out that local Indonesians are very creative themselves, driving, but just need some psychic, need some certain facilitation and support to ensure that the transformation are on the right track. And so besides with the support and facilitation, we are also helping them to establish a digital platform which will be launched middle of this year for maintaining their tourism still, and also at the same time adding especially the architecture demonstrating how Shenzhen can actually also establish their own circular economy with bamboo materials and highlighting and displaying particularly bamboo architecture with Balinese style. I think that's kind of magnification of the local culture, and also with particular professional sector like architecture and design can exceptionally share to the world, and also given a new image of a city is definitely beyond traditional tourism. The other case that we have conducted is a project that Harry also supported and participated a lot with TITA, a project called BAMO. It is originated actually with a question: if there are accelerator and incubator in startup sector, why not accelerator for city leaders in the public sector as well? As I'm personally from policy school graduate before, most of the time when we talk about innovation and transformations, the bottleneck is the policies and regulations. Usually, regulations and policy are trying to catch up what's happening in the rapidly growing innovative and technology sectors. So we were questioning, it's not just about the learning of the city leaders, but also how they can, while they're already very busy and also very much flooded with many different news and information every day with emergencies like COVID and natural disasters, how can they keep up with the imagination, like John mentioned? How can they keep imagination of how policies can actually become a facilitating factor instead of a barrier to creative economy? So this is a boot camp that we co-create together with ICCN and also with the support of HTC Vive. We conduct some session preparatory in Zoom first with 81 city leaders in Indonesia, and then extended to virtual reality session where participants were given a very basic VR box to so we are all connected, not just on Zoom but also in the HTC Vive port at the end. So this is one of the sessions that is quite unexpected, that participants at the end suggest that they should be also taking part to share. So we collaborate with, that is, I think, Diana from West Jaffa government to share her learnings and also materials about their development currently in West Java. So other city leaders from other provinces and especially small cities in Indonesia get to connect, speak directly, interact sort of virtually face to face, and they get to connect. And we also have sections about exhibition where some new ideas of how the participants aim to improve the cities get to demonstrate in a VR environment. And I think lastly, also we tend to demonstrate complex technologies like how digital twins works over virtual reality environments, so that it really hopes that the policy leaders, city leaders get to learn further about how complex of technologies are actually facilitating urban innovations and also maybe creative economy as a whole. These are some of the results that we have seen that I think something is very tiny is that the industry of virtual reality, or currently what we call metaverse, immersive technologies, are growing very rapidly, especially since last year. City leaders are actually definitely encouraged to attempt to engage more with these kind of technologies and tools to boost their own confidence in using smart city technologies, and also boosting the sense how technologies should be governed. So like John mentioned about the algorithm economy, which is one very big topic in emerging markets like Indonesia, which many jobs are distributed by algorithm, which is itself very much profit-oriented instead of other value-driven, which is a problem. I mean, but something more in the crux is if the city leaders or policy leaders are not familiar with technologies, that will be harder for them to understand the reality, and there will be further hindrance in the governance. So these are some other use cases that we have done. I think lastly here, based on some experience we have done with, especially working together with city leaders in West Java, in other part of Indonesia, and I keep thinking a lot about creative economy from my background, which is on policy and a little bit technologies. If I take further concerns or reference some other part of Southeast Asia, for example, there are over 800,000 young forces employed as gig workers in Thailand, and 100,000 in Singapore, and in mainland China itself, 200 million, hired by platform companies, and which is also part of the creative economy. As John mentioned, jobs are being distributed by technologies, and hence the pay, salaries are also decided by technologies to a certain extent, which is a big challenge, I believe, in creative economy, because most of the time, workforce in creative economy are informal, and from the perspective of public sector, meaning unstable income for the workforce, and hence much less contributing to pension system, social security, and welfares. And an algorithm probably by itself is intrinsically biased. So if we think larger in the question, in the long run, there will be an issue of sustainability of the economy, which some vulnerable factor like COVID-19 would be easily disrupt the workforce and hence their income, and at the end the whole business model of the creative economy. So a little bit call for action, as we have been also exchanging some learning and comments, feedbacks with Bakari and also his colleagues sometimes. Creative economy is definitely essential in the future, because it represents not just the growth, the future growth of a country, but also it represents the identity of humans and also culture, branding of a country and cities. No one wants to live in a world where technology dominates everything. No one wants to live in a world like Black Mirror. We would rather live in a place of high culture and also diversity and everything. So at the same time, the city leaders and every stakeholders in creative economy need to work together on looking into technology governance and create supportive policies to encourage all stakeholders, including companies, to create favorable workforce conditions, such as fair compensation and social security participation for the workforce. And also more deeper support with international experts, and also other kind of examples from different cities around the world that are doing great so far, and exchange all this knowledge and experience. Lastly, we are a Good City Foundation, a nonprofit founded in Hong Kong, and currently we are also institutional partner to an initiative in the Work Forum called G20 Global Smart Cities Alliance. As I know, the U20 would be submitting a communique to the G20 for different pillars on youth, employment, and also digital economy. We would like to encourage West Java and also all stakeholders to work with us to conduct workshops, especially on technology governance policies and capacity building, so we can provide more model policies and also experience and cross-sectors collaborations for the betterment of the country in the future. That's all my brief sharing, and look forward to more discussions and exchange of knowledge. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Andre. Okay, the last speaker came from managing partner of the Creative Economy Practice CC Hub from Nigeria, Ms. Ojoma Ochai. Ms. Ojoma, the time is yours.
Thanks. just to say thank you and echo everyone that has spoken already about how much of a pleasure it is to be here. I'm dialing in from Lagos in Nigeria, and I run a practice that is looking at supporting technology application and innovation across the creative economies of Africa. And so this topic that's looking at the fourth industrial revolution, informality, and partnerships to invest are very much aligned with the work that we're trying to do through the practice. John was talking earlier about intermediaries, and essentially that's what my organization is seeking to do, is support the sector with research, capability development by supporting investment readiness, supporting access to markets, and investing in early stage companies working at the intersection of technology and creativity. And in terms of what we're seeing as it relates to trends, I'll start from the trends that we're seeing in a sub-Saharan African context. Many of what has been talked about already in terms of the push towards online and digital consumption and distribution is something that we're seeing very much in many parts of the continent. Like any other place in the world, COVID has really accelerated the online consumption of content. So we're seeing a whole new generation of content creators and creatives that are digital first. We're seeing filmmakers that are launching their careers on TikTok. We're seeing filmmakers launching their careers on online platforms. So there's a whole new generation of creatives that are being born and that are accelerating their practice on the internet. So that's certainly a trend that we're seeing. We're also seeing shifts in usage of artificial intelligence. There are some sort of wicked challenges in many of our value chains and ecosystems. And one of those challenges is just around the lack of information and the difficulty and inefficiencies in the value chain. So we're seeing, for example, lots of companies that are emerging using artificial intelligence to simplify processes, for example, casting. Lagos and Nigeria, where I live, obviously has a massive film industry. And so we're seeing artificial intelligence being used to automate auditions and drastically cut down the time and the cost that it takes to hire a cast for a film. So we're seeing real life application of these technologies. The earlier speaker was talking about extended realities and the metaverse. We're seeing new models of content creation to tell more African stories, reach new audiences, sharing more of our histories and our realities. But we're also seeing these extended realities enabling new models in other sectors like education and creating new mechanisms to improve outcomes for children in schools. Other trends that we're seeing as it relates to the fourth industrial revolution relate to hardware and the role of hardware. So while we often think of distribution, for example, from the basis of things like streamers and online platforms, in many parts of Africa, we're seeing that the distribution of handsets, for example, is tied very strongly to the distribution of content. So Boomplay, which is one of Africa's biggest online music streaming services, which has, I think, about 60 million subscribers across the continent, is based on transient handsets, which have very wide distribution across the continent. So we're seeing that hardware has a massive role in terms of the shifts that we're seeing in the fourth industrial revolution, and that doesn't often get talked about. We're also seeing the role of hardware in enabling new marketplaces for gaming, for example. And so we're seeing the emergence of new gaming clusters in different parts of the continent. There's also trends in blockchain for enabling payments and access to new markets for creators and creatives from the continent. And I say all of that to draw the sort of first conclusion that I wanted to share in this panel, which is it is getting impossible to distinguish between digital economy and creative economy value chains. Because the things that drive the digital economy, like platforms, the internet, data, all of those things are causing a fundamental shift in the way that creativity is consumed and created and distributed on the continent. But ironically, while digital transformation is creating unprecedented opportunity, never has it been harder to make a sustainable living through the creative industries as a creative on the continent. And so I recommend, through the lens of partnerships, through the lens of how this relates to informality and the creative economy and the fourth industrial revolution, a number of things which I'm coming to shortly. But the first point I wanted to make is when we talk about government intervention, we're often looking to the ministries of culture. In the earlier panel, they were talking about who's responsible for the creative industries, and we're really feeling that in many parts of sub-Saharan Africa and Africa as a whole. Because ministries of culture, which traditionally have been responsible for the creative industries, are losing agency because the most important trends and the needs in the sector, like application of technology, like education and linkages with academia, as John was talking about, they sit outside the remit of the traditional ministries and agencies that are responsible for administering the creative economies. And so partnerships have never been more important. And so I pose a number of provocations for many of our policy agencies to consider. One being, how are our agencies that are responsible for the CCIs involved in broadband, online payments, e-commerce, and other policies that govern the internet, which is where many creatives and creators are looking to make their living? We find that often our ministries are not involved in what happens in those sectors. We also need to ask the question about frameworks and infrastructure and capability. The digital divide has been talked about to death, so I won't talk about it again. But there's a question about what's the role of policymakers responsible for a sector in providing that digital infrastructure and advocating for that digital infrastructure. There's also a question about diversity in an online context. Algorithms have been talked about, and so we need new laws that ensure that diverse cultural expressions are supported to flourish online, and that we're not only saying what the algorithm or the platform determine that we will see. We need to think about new models for remuneration. We need to think about useful insights, not just in terms of macro level contribution of the creative economy to the GDP of a country, but looking at more granular trends, like trends in consumption, trends in clusters, trends in cities. We need to look at new models for intellectual property protection, but also intellectual property exploitation that brings value back to the creators. We need to think about the capacity, even in our public sector, and whether they fully understand these changes that are happening. We need to ensure that there are intermediaries, as John was saying, that supports investment readiness, access to markets within the creative economy. And I think, just rounding up, we need to think about new business models that leverage these emerging technologies. And there's a lot of time and effort that's going in across different countries on the continent to start to support the emergence of these new models. We need to recognize that there are new models of work. As John was saying, it's no longer about jobs, it's now the gig economy, it's now freelancers. So we need new models that, one, recognize these new patterns of work, and two, create social protections for workers in these new models of work. We saw with COVID, as John was saying, very few protections for freelancers and workers in the gig economy. We need to see more advocacy for investment in the required infrastructure. And I'll just close with three main thoughts to summarize. First thought being what I said already about the regulation and governance of creativity and the CTIs. Action is needed to re-establish relevance of the traditional government agencies that have supported this sector, because at the moment, their remit or their capability often does not extend to what's most needed in the sector, particularly as it relates to technology and education. The second thought I want to leave you with is that there can be no creative economy without art. There can be no art without artistic freedom. There can be no artistic freedom without digital freedom. And so we must never forget that the fundamentals of a functioning creative economy are those building blocks of freedoms and support for arts. And then the final thing I'd like to say is that policy and partnerships for the creative economy should first seek to support. I'm seeing far too many examples of where the approach to policy and partnerships is around regulation and creating parameters. And while that is understood, because there are factors that necessitate that, I think we need a shift in philosophy to first seeking to support before we regulate. And so on that thought, thanks again for inviting me here. It has been a really interesting session. I'll hand back to you, moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Ojoma. Please a big round of applause for all our speakers. it seems that something that we can really highlight it from all the speakers is about creating a better everyday life, like IKEA already mentioned, but through informal economy that it's still a challenge for us, especially like Ojomo mentioned, the government need to provide and responsible to provide the infrastructure, especially the regulations. As we already know that informal economy is something still quite new for the government, and it's something that is being challenged to create a policy that fit to all the dynamic of the informal economy and also informal workers. Like Andre already mentioned before, there's millions of gig worker nowadays that probably has still not being addressed by the government, probably in Indonesia also, I don't know, in other country. So I think informal economy seems to be something that have important part in creative economy, in several parts of subsectors in creative economy itself. So this is something that need to be adjusted by the digitalization, because it's something that probably we can see the bottom line or the red line of every sectors that have informal workers. And it seems that we need some regulation and some policy that can support this informal economy. So I would like to ask to all the speakers, probably starting from you, John, because you have quite bluntly said that informal is the new formal, I believe, and then works is not jobs, and it's something that probably you can highlight it more, and then we can sharpening the issue again with other speakers.
Well, thank you. We undertook some work in our PEC International Council with the support of the British Council, looking at the informal economy and the creative and cultural economy. And some of the things that come across are people are in the informal economy for good reasons and for bad. Sometimes they want to be part of the formal economy, but they cannot be because they haven't got an education standard, they haven't got the financial records which will allow the bank to lend them money, they haven't got enough organization, they don't know how to access markets. Of course, from a government's point of view, the problem with the informal economy is it's people not paying their taxes and people operating in an unregulated environment. You could say Amazon is another company that doesn't pay its taxes. That's a separate issue. But I think the business for government of how to adjust in many respects to a new economy at both ends of the scale, the macro international companies who are evading tax, as well as the little guys down the bottom who are evading tax, is an issue for all governments everywhere. It's a genuine issue, because it's all very well for us to think the informal economy is a wonderful thing, but in many respects it is not, because people are open to exploitation, they're vulnerable, they don't have access to education and skills. But as we've already been talking about, it's 60% of the world's economic activity is in this sector. So we have to develop new ways of engaging with it, both in terms of regulation and in terms of standards and in terms of education opportunities for workers in it and for finance. And that's why I think this idea of intermediary organizations that can act as an interpreter, if you like, between government and state structures and this new economy is one of the temporary transitional structures that we need to be thinking about all around the world for how we begin to adjust to an economy in which far more people are going to be working informally or in an unregulated way, and think about how we incorporate them more effectively into an economy that benefits the whole community as well as individuals within it.
Thank you very much, John. So it's a very interesting about how taxes and big companies should also have a part of it for accepting this new phenomenon in informal economy. I believe the social entrepreneur that you already mentioned, Patrick, in IKEA, I also joined one of the coaching for one of your potential social entrepreneur. There's I don't know, it's called IKEA way or something that consider about the labor need to have the minimum payroll, even if it's a social enterprise. And it's something that probably not so many social enterprise in Indonesia can afford. So sometimes they're not paying in full time, or only in part time, and also probably just pay by product. So how you can respond about equaling the minimum payroll and then the real situation in the field?
I'm not sure I fully got the question. Is that how we balance the intention to incentivize, grow, build, and support the informal sector,
Yes.
while on the other side we're having quite strict expectations on the. Okay. But it's a very good question. I don't think I have a sort of very clear answer on that, right? I mean, as you rightfully point out, one of the things we are really strict with as a brand is when we source, regardless if we source services or products, we have a very clear expectation with regards to, for instance, wages, as you mentioned, worker conditions, etc. And this is one of the sort of areas we always come into when we look into areas where you can source in new and developing countries, that we have a challenge in that area. On the other hand, when you talk about social entrepreneurs, it's not necessarily that we employ them, but what we do with the social entrepreneurs is we, as you're one of our key business partners in this journey, we support them with saying best practices may be pretentious, but practices from our experience, and use that experience to help them scale up and build their own infrastructure around their own business model, right? So hopefully that will also raise the level of conditions for the social entrepreneurs and their direct and indirect employees as well. I don't know if that answers the question, but it's two different things. Either the people we employ or vendors we directly have contracts with, or the social entrepreneurs which we're trying to build, who eventually can become business partners for IKEA. We have the example from India in terms of the weavers. I know that case specifically as well. So.
Yeah, I believe it's a force that needed for those companies to then equally pay all the labor and then all the worker that work for them, right?
Yeah, exactly. But, sorry, just to build on what we're discussing now, slightly digression, but still on the point. We saw your slides before. We talked about value versus values, and I think one of the things which we use as a compass when we do business is we do not compromise our values when creating value. So it starts with the values, and it starts with having a clear integrity of what we're there to accomplish. And that guides us and helps us tremendously as a brand. And I think that's one of my privileges I have to go to work every day, to use that as my toolkit.
Okay, thank you very much, Patrick. Okay, the last thing about how about the informal economy are also very close related to the digitalization, because I believe there are some also workers I believe in some villages in West Java, they work as an illustrator, animator, and then other kind of creative workers that in Indonesia they're not being regulated, so that's why they considered as an informal workers also. But like already mentioned by Andre, Ojoma, and Swadlana about this, the blurred boundaries of the truth through digitalization, and also the artificial intelligence that already been mentioned by Ojoma. Our president are also once said that the civil the governance will use artificial intelligence to escalate the services to make it much more faster and everything. But as I already mentioned, this illustrator, animator, and probably programmer doesn't include it in the regulation. So probably I want to ask to our speakers online, Ojoma, Andre, and Svetlana, probably starting from Svetlana, how do you think about this issue?
As I already mentioned in the chat of our meeting today, of this online chat, I want to emphasize that today UNESCO, the UN, and other international entities and the EU in Europe have elaborated approaches to dealing with false information, fake news, and so on. We need to be cautious in fighting them, because we do need to fight for truth. However, we need to be cautious not to fight free opinion and free interpretation together with fighting fakes. And we need to create clearer boundaries between fake news, for example, and a free interpretation. This is a real issue today. In terms of using artificial intelligence, my main work as an academic is in this particular area. I work as an interpreter of big data. So the results of what we get, I and my team are engaged in interpreting of what we see online and what we see on social media. I need to say that we're still at the beginning, at the very primary stage of dealing with this. And this needs to be not only in the focus of academics, but also in the focus of policymakers, of how we can deal with high complex issues online, and how we can deal with much more diverse speech than we see in media. Because assessing this takes enormous effort, and getting truth out of it is also complicated. So we need to put more effort into this in order to understand the societies, in order to understand the talking societies, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Svetlana. Andre, how about your thoughts?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so I think there are two angles looking at the use of AI or machine learning or algorithms in the well-being, as I may put it, the well-being of the creative economy, because there will be two ends looking at it. One is the well-being of the public sector, meaning is the government really getting benefit from the development of creative economy? Meaning, one very obvious source we can see is the tax that the business are paying to the government, and also the people contribution to their social securities. The other end is the private sectors. For large corporate like IKEA and also other large companies in Indonesia themselves can relatively easier to adjust and adapt, and also they can access to better information and also standards when nowadays the market and practices mentioned about ESG, companies can access to best practices and standards so they can adjust and move, while it's relatively difficult for SMEs to adopt, while most of the players probably in creative economies are small businesses. So on one hand, the government is encouraging digitization strategies in even small business and small cities. Again, I think it's really like a tango dancing that the city leaders have to play a very encouraging and facilitating role to ensure that the small, even SMEs and other businesses in creative economy are not simply because they can make more money or raise more funds so as to undergo digitization. Once we leave, it can really encourage the business development and get more clients and maintain the revenue for the businesses. But at the same time, it's very crucial on also ensuring the well-being of the employees. Well, maybe for the economy, the business won't call them employees because on the contract they are independent contractor, so they're more like you are on your own. So it goes to how different businesses are not just adopting digitalization just for benefits, but also looking at their long-term sort of potential downside, that you're also gonna look at their employees or look at their workforce who contribute to the well-being of the business. I think lastly, something that I would like to share further is back in my time when I was graduating in the Lee School of Public Policies, we have conducted a 1-year-long study with Central Bank of Thailand, and we look at their regulations or sort of the how to improve the development of gig economy, which is partially creative economy as well, because most of them are platform businesses. So I think one of the very strong perspective we have together with the regulator is how to further regulate and also how to further encourage the platform business, no matter the large one like Grab and Gojek, but also, so while we are encouraging them, or while we are sort of pushing them to set up more facilities to the private sector that contribute to the medical insurance and also protections to the workers. At the same time, the government have to give bait to the business that if you are conducting this, it actually can be framework and also reported as ESG, which potentially would be favorable for their public listing in, let's say, in Thai stock exchange in the future, which we also spoke to the Security Commission of Thailand on this regard. So that would be generally my sense. I think both public and private sector really have to work together. But the very fundamental is the well-being, long-term well-being of the economy. And I think the source of well-being at the end is about the sustainability of their public finance, which is how people contribute to the social security and also how business contribute to the larger and healthier, sustainable tax scheme for the economy.
Okay, thank you, Andre. The last one from Ojoma, probably you want to share your thoughts?
Very quickly, 2 points I wanted to make. One is, in relation to your question, when I'm thinking of the digital divide that we see at the moment, I'm thinking of it on 2 levels. There's the digital divide between nations that's widening. So with all of these emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, for example, as you mentioned, there's really 2 nations of the world that are driving the innovation that's happening at scale in artificial intelligence, and they're miles ahead of the rest of the world. And so I feel like from a regulatory perspective, from a government perspective, we need to be thinking about how we make sure that artificial intelligence does not enable a stronger digital divide between these 2 nations and the rest of the world, and that these 2 nations then shape the kind of creative economies we produce, because their algorithms, their technology, and their platforms are determining what gets seen, what gets promoted, how the monetization models work, and so on and so forth. So when I'm thinking of policy, I'm also thinking on a sort of multilateral, international level, where things like the framework for the ethics of artificial intelligence are now critical, so that we can say to nations, this is what is acceptable in terms of how that technology is being pushed and being promoted. And then the sort of second digital divide is the one that we talk a lot more about, which is tied to things like socioeconomic class, tied to things like other demographics like gender, like race, and so on. And I feel like we need to be seeing policies and models that are a lot more deliberate about bringing these marginalized groups along on this digital transformation that's happening, because there's a lot of data that's showing that women are being left behind, that's showing that people of color are being left behind. And so how do we as nations, as cities, make sure that we're taking account of these demographics as we're developing all of these new policies? And then my final thought is what has already been said. The policies that govern the world of work are policies that were made in the second industrial revolution and catered to a 9-to-5 industry type, life of work, world of work. That has changed. The pandemic has accelerated that. So we need a complete overhaul of the systems that support the workforce. We've talked a lot about social protections like pensions, insurance. There has to be a way that there are new models for remuneration online, there are new ways for social protections for these new generations of workers. And I feel like, again, there's a role for the international sort of governance system to create some frameworks and standards that nations then adopt, because there's also the problem of capacity in many national governments to understand how these shifts are happening and to use an evidence-based model. So I feel like that's another area where we need a complete overhaul and urgent intervention such that workers are getting the protections that they need while being able to work in this rapidly shifting context. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ojoma. Big round of applause for all the speakers. So to conclude our session this afternoon, there's a lot of things that we need to address, especially for the informal economy issues and also the future of works in creative economy. But something we probably need is something that can intermediate all those needs that become an issue in the future of works in creative economy. Something like policy, and then also the education that you already mentioned, John, and also probably one thing that's quite interesting, also the values that should be put in the ecosystem itself for the creative economy and informal works can be received by the governments, and it's something that we need to address for, and probably hopefully in this conference we can assure that this sharpening the issue on this term can be continue to discuss, and we can find a solution for all of us in the creative economy ecosystem. Thank you very much for all your attention. I'm sorry for the mistakes that probably I made about the language and also the interpreting all your presentation. But hopefully all the benefits and the values of the brilliant and inspirative speakers from presentation from all speakers can be received by all of us as participants in this Connecti City event. Thank you very much, and give one big round of applause for all the speakers. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bapak Hari, and to all the speakers. Please remain at place, and I would like to invite you to stand up. And next, I would like to invite the head of Creative Industry Section from West Java Tourism and Culture Agency, Bapak Muhammad Yana Apriana, to please come forward to the stage. And please hand over the token of appreciation from Connecti City 2022 to the moderators and also to the speakers who have joined us offline. Would you please? Okay, first to the moderator on duty. Ya, kepada Bapak Hari terlebih dahulu, Pak Yana, silakan selaku moderator. Ya, ada satu lagi souvenir. And let me inform you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that the speakers and participants who are here offline at Gedung Merdeka, West Java, Indonesia, will receive souvenirs which is specially made for the event. The souvenirs are produced through collaboration between West Java and East Java, and the symbol of kuda lumping in the souvenir has a meaning of how humans have dynamic responses. It takes sharpness and critical thinking represented by the cleaver symbol, and without forgetting the role of humans themselves in maintaining the continuity of nature represented by pebble sustainable fabric. Okay, and after the giving of the token of appreciation, would like to invite Pak Yana to take pictures together with the moderator and the two speakers who are already here offline. Silakan Bapak berfoto bersama dulu, Pak. Iya, kalau tadi satu persatu, sekarang berbarengan semuanya ya dengan moderator dan kedua pembicara. Silakan pada hitungan ketiga, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Oke, satu kali lagi, one more time, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Baik, terima kasih Bapak Yana, thank you to the moderator and the speakers. Please give a warm of applause once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that was the second panel. It is actually the last panel for the first day of Connecti City 2022, but we still have one mini talk show to held this afternoon, and it will be very special because we will be inviting one of the famous person in Indonesia. But before that, let me inform you once again that tomorrow we will have the second day and we will start at 1 p.m. Indonesia time. So don't forget to stay tuned and join us again through WebEx application or through YouTube Humas Jabar or through YouTube Kompas, of course. And also I would like to inform once again, I'm not going to bored saying this because it will be interesting because we have one exhibition that is going on at Paris Van Java. And the exhibition is called Nine Earths Exhibition. And the exhibition is a collaboration between Connecti City 2022 with British Council. And this exhibition will showcase an immersive environmental artwork that explores global consumption patterns on an audiovisual journey around climate change. And the good news is, during the 14 to 16 March 2022, the exhibition is free for public and Connecti City 2022 delegates. But first, you can register or you can just come directly to Paris Van Java. Jadi diinformasikan Bapak dan Ibu yang hadir secara offline bahwa ada satu exhibition yang berjudul Nine Earths Exhibition. Ini digelarnya di Paris Van Java Mall. Silahkan berkunjung ke sana dari mulai hari ini tanggal 14 sampai dengan 16 Maret karena dibuka secara gratis untuk umum dan tentunya juga untuk delegasi Connecti City 2022. And besides that, ya, selain exhibition yang ada di Paris Van Java, we also have mini exhibition going on at Gedung Merdeka. We have 8 booths, and the first booth is actually from Flora Tama Market by Labuan Bajo Flores Tourism Authority. We have also booth from Pebble, We Are Circular. We have booth from Hubs for Good by British Council. We also have booth from Typical Culinary Products of West Nusa Tenggara, interesting. And also we have booth from Regional National Crafts Council of East Java provinces. And as I mentioned earlier, that tomorrow we are going to have a book and publications launching, and we already have the booth set up here at Gedung Merdeka. So for those of you who are here offline at Gedung Merdeka, you can come to the references for future books and publication, the Creative Economy booth. And the last booth, the 7 and 8 booth, is from Jabarkan Aircraft Hub from West Java Tourism and Culture Agency together with West Java Creative Economy and Innovation Committee. Okay, we are still waiting for our speaker for the mini talk show to join. And while waiting, I will inform you once again, for those of you who cannot be here directly at Gedung Merdeka, like I mentioned before, we have mini exhibition. The first is from Flora Tama Market by Labuan Bajo Flores Tourism Authority. It is a part of the Flora Tama Creative Hub ecosystem to create economic movement through product development and market access for medium-small enterprises business. Actors spread across the coordinating zone including Flores, Alor, Lembata, and Bima is sustainable and has competitiveness on a national and international scale. The second booth is from Pebble. This is from East Java. This is a company that focuses on textile waste and uses closed-loop system with a heart to inspire, lead, and create sustainable impacts to create a better world. Pebble sustainable fabrics are made from 100% textile waste recycled yarn that we weave with hand-woven technique. And Pebble also produced the special souvenir for all the delegates and also for the speakers and moderators at Connecti City 2022 in collaboration with West Java Provincial Government. Okay, turns out to be that our speaker for the mini talk show have joined us.
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Okay, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And joining us online is the Telkomsel President Commissioner, and today he would like to share his thoughts about creative economy, creative cities, and industry to all of you. And of course, we are expecting you to raise questions and also share your thoughts to the discussion later. Therefore, I would like to invite the host for the mini talk show for today, Ibu Dwinita Larasati. Ibu Tita, would you please? Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Tita, for taking your time to be the host for the mini talk show. So I will handle the talk show to you. Would you please?
Yeah, good afternoon. So this is our final event for today. My name is Tita. I was here earlier, but I'm the advisory board of Kreasi. I'm also the deputy of Strategic Partnership of Indonesia Creative Cities Network. And we are honored by the presence of Mr. Wisnu Tama here with us, although he's online, but I think we will deliver a very important message. Please, on with the show. So, Mas Tamas, nice to have you here, finally. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
Yes, I think Mas Tama will speak in Indonesian. Would you prefer that? Or shall we continue in English?
Up to you, I can speak.
Okay. Right, so Mr. Wisnu Tama Kusubandio, he is appointed as the President Commissioner or Chairman of Telkomsel since 2021. And he has also been the Commissioner of Tokopedia and GoTo in 2021. Wisnu Tama he's the former Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. He's among the most prominent people if we talk about digital economy, digital development in Indonesia. So we would like to have a small chat with Mr. Tama. I'm going to have to look at first at the creative economy. Mr. Mas Tama, would you please tell us about how creative economy and digital economy connect together in Indonesia?
Thank you so much, Sita. First of all, I would like to say thank you and for having me here, to the Honorable British Ambassador to the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Awan Jenkins. And next one is the Honorable Regional Secretary of the Government of West Java, Mr. Setiawan Maja, the Honorable Head of West Java Tourism and Cultural Agency, Mr. Benny Bakhtiar, the distinguished President of Grand Paris Alliance for Metropolitan Development and Fellow of the Global Solution Initiative, Mr. Nicholas Puchot, and then the distinguished President Director of IKEA Indonesia, Mr. Patrick Lindvall, and everyone who attending this. I think this is a very good moment for us. Yeah. And creative economy, I think it's a very important sector. Although during pandemic, the creative economy facing a lot of challenge, yeah. But at the same time, creative economy also have a lot of opportunities during this crisis. And I guess the future of a creative economy will be greater than before, much greater than before. Yeah. In Indonesia, yeah, when we're facing the first disruption, yeah, of digital, a lot of Indonesian innovation make a lot of opportunities, yeah, during the first disruption of digitalization. For instance, during the first disruption, we have food delivery, ride-hailing, e-commerce. Those are the first disruption. And right now, actually, we are facing what I call the second wave disruption. Yeah. What is the second wave disruption? The second wave disruption is actually around fintech, entertainment, agrotech, and many others, edutech and so on. But because of the pandemic, because of everybody staying at home, people who use digital platform is increasing dramatically. And somehow, during this second wave disruption that I just mentioned, now it's already coming what I consider the third wave disruption, which is what? Which is based on Web 3.0. Based on blockchain, we heard about the cryptocurrency, stable coin. Yeah, we heard about the smart contract. We heard about decentralization. We heard about even metaverse and so on. So those are actually the third wave disruption. But my biggest question now is how Indonesian or everyone take the opportunity in the second wave disruption, also in the third wave disruption, because actually the second wave disruption is not finished yet, but somehow because of the acceleration caused by the pandemic, the third wave disruption is accelerated. So actually this is the biggest challenge, Tita, the biggest challenge of all of us. Because actually, many people, many countries is not yet embrace all the potential, all the possibilities during the first and the second wave disruption even. Many digital transformation is not yet finished. And many, I think I talk about this in many occasions, yeah. The digital transformation that many institutions, many companies applied are not correct. Because they thought digital transformation is all about technology. What I think about digital transformation, technology is only 30% of the success of the real digital transformation. What is the 70%? 70% is about changing the mindset, changing the behavior, changing the business process. But somehow, many companies, many institutions fail to do this. They just apply the technology. But the behavior, the mindset, the business process are still the same. So actually, this is the biggest challenge right now for all of us. So it's not easy. It's not easy. We heard about many SMEs onboarding into digital, but somehow we heard about million people onboarding on digital. But somehow, only few of them are success. Only few, because we have to use this logic. For instance, if we use, for instance, Bukalapak application or Tokopedia application, yeah, and they have more and more sellers, yeah, but the size of the screen is still the same. Yeah, sellers are much more. But the size of the screen are still the same. The size of your smartphone are still the same. So how can your product can be appear or can get attention of the user? That is also one of the biggest challenges as well for our creative economy. So I think the challenge is quite complicated right now. You know, and also always happen around the world, yeah. The regulation always left behind. Yeah. compared to the innovation. Yeah, before the pandemic, even before the pandemic, yeah, the regulation was always left behind, far behind. But because of the pandemic, the digitalization is accelerated dramatically. Now is the biggest challenge, the regulation, how they can keep up with the new innovation. I think that's from me, Tita.
Ya, Mas Tama, kita switch ke bahasa Indonesia. Kayaknya lebih semangat nanti. Karena sebenarnya tantangannya selalu adalah disparity. Ada kesenjangan pasti kalau kita bicara digital. Lalu ada tentang peluang. Karena dari 200 juta sekian penduduk Indonesia, mungkin hanya 1% yang ngerti apa itu Web3, apa itu blockchain dan sebagainya. Nah, menurut Mas Tama, nanti harus ada leadership di bidang IT sepertinya untuk memimpin sebuah katakanlah bangsa gitu atau apa. Jadi bagaimana visi Mas Tama mengenai hal itu, karena kalau kita bicara 5G terus padahal daerah-daerah 3G aja belum gitu, 3G aja belum. Kira-kira bagaimana kita memanfaatkan digital ini untuk aircraft terutama, dan dalam konteks Urban 20 dan G20 yang dipentingkan kan kerjasama. Jadi kolaborasinya seperti apa? Silakan Mas.
Ya tadi kita sempat mention about 5G ya. Sebenarnya 5G itu kalau kebutuhan kita cuma sekedar game, cuma sekedar aplikasi, kalau cuma nonton nonton Netflix dan lain sebagainya, 4G aja udah cukup. Asal koneksinya bagus, ya kan, sebetulnya udah cukup, lebih daripada cukup kalau koneksinya itu sempurna. Saya pakai 4G di luar negeri aja udah cukup lah gitu ya, selama dia rata gitu. Apalagi di Jakarta juga rasanya cukup ya. Nah 5G itu kan kelebihannya kecepatannya sangat tinggi, latensinya sangat rendah dan seterusnya, dan lebih bisa bermanfaat untuk B2B ya. Misalnya remote surgery ya gitu. Lakukan operasi, dokternya di Jakarta, pasiennya di Papua misalnya gitu. Kan yang namanya operasi itu kan nggak boleh telat ya, megang motong atau apa segala macam gitu ya, operasi ini ya, kesehatan ya. Nah, latensinya kan harus rendah banget gitu. Kalau misalnya baru di sini mencet, di sana baru berapa detik kemudian melakukannya, nah itu akan jadi problem. Jadi memang lebih ke seperti teknologi yang lebih sophisticated lah gitu sebenarnya 5G itu sendiri. Tetapi buat customer kayak kita ini 5G ya pasti lebih enak ya. Tetapi nggak kerasa amat sih bedanya gitu kalau cuman penggunaannya buat nonton YouTube doang gitu. Tapi memang balik lagi Tita, semua negara menghadapi hal yang sama, bukan menghadapi hal yang mudah dalam era disrupsi ini. Tadi kan saya bilang disrupsi kedua aja belum kita beres gitu ya, belum kita bisa menangin gitu, tiba-tiba ada Web 3.0, disrupsi ketiga. Ini kan jadi challenge baru buat kita semua. Regulasi apalagi, regulasi aja soal perlindungan data pribadi aja sampai sekarang belum beres-beres misalnya. Padahal udah kayak begini kondisinya gitu, digital. Jadi kadang-kadang saya sering bercanda begini ya, bercandanya saya gini. Kan kita semua tahu televisi ya, saya kan kerja di televisi dan teman-teman tahu semua televisi. Dan televisi itu industri yang dimulai tahun 62 di Indonesia. Tapi aturan televisi aja kadang baru tahun berapa itu beres ya, istilahnya. Peraturan tentang televisi gitu. Sangat telat sekali gitu. Nah tapi kali ini regulator harus lebih cepat dan harus lebih siap. Kalau enggak ya udah kita ketinggalan bisa-bisa. Kita diuntungkan dengan pasar yang begitu besar. Sehingga inisiatif-inisiatif ekonomi kreatif kita, inovasi digital kita bisa memberikan dampak ekonomi yang luar biasa. Ya saya ambil bercandanya gini, kalau Goto bikinnya di Fiji atau Gojek bikinnya di Fiji kan nggak mungkin besar seperti sekarang kan, iya kan? Iya nggak sih? Atau bikin Tokopedia tapi di negara yang kecil gitu misalnya, yang pasarnya kecil. Di New Zealand gitu misalnya, ya kan valuasinya nggak mungkin sebesar sekarang dibandingkan Tokopedia. Nah, jadi sebenarnya kita diuntungkan sekali dengan pasar yang begitu besar. Nah, tantangannya kita Masalahnya bangsa lain udah ngincar market kita. Karena begitu besarnya, sangat berpotensi banget. Tahun 2030 bisa lebih dari 4.000 triliun gitu ya. Potensi digital ekonominya, wah, negara lain kan nafsu pengen ngambil itu. Jadi kalau kita bicara 4.500 triliun di tahun 2030 bolak-balik pemerintah, yang harus jadi pertanyaan 4.500 triliun itu siapa yang menikmati? Apakah bangsa kita? Belum tentu loh. 4.500 triliun itu dirasakan, yang merasakan bangsa kita belum tentu loh. Apalagi kalau kita ngerti startup, kalau kita ngerti bagaimana we create value dan lain sebagainya, begitu ya. Bisa-bisa marketnya kita dijadikan pasar, tapi valuasinya yang tercipta di negeri lain. Nah ini banyak yang nggak sadar itu. Bahkan kadang-kadang kita memberi karpet merah. Yang diuntungkan bukan kita cuma jadikan pasar, ya, udah kita ekonominya kesedot gitu ya. Terus pasar kita juga disaingi oleh produk-produk langsung dari luar, terus valuasinya juga di luar. Nah gimana? Bisa aja kan? Kalau kita bicara ya bukannya apa-apa ya, dalam kenyataannya kan begitu. Kalau katakanlah kita bicara soal video platform lah, wah film kita juga bisa masuk situ. Iya, berapa banyak film kita dibanding film asing? Misal. Kalau produk kita juga demikian, berapa banyak produk kita bisa diekspor dibandingin yang impor? Misal. Kan itu kenyataan. Nah, bagaimana kita harus bisa memanfaatkan era digital ini? Ya, gitu.
Iya, Mas. Ini terakhir pertanyaannya. Ini kan hasil dari semua connectivity ini akan kita masukkan sebagai rekomendasi kebijakan. Jadi dalam bidang ekonomi kreatif dan digital, tadi yang Mas Tama bilang bahwa bukan hanya media, teknologi itu hanya medianya, sementara mindset yang harus diubah dan seterusnya. Jadi kalau ada butir yang menurut Mas Tama penting harus masuk ke rekomendasi, itu apa kira-kira Mas?
Ya yang sangat penting ya itu tadi, sederhana banget gitu. Transformasi digital jangan bicara soal teknologi saja. Ya. Transformasi digital itu teknologi cuma 30 less dan 30% suksesnya. Yang 70% itu tadi, changing mindset, changing business process, changing behavior dan lain sebagainya. Jangan sampai udah pakai aplikasi tapi giliran sampai di tempatnya mengisi formulir. Kan masih terjadi yang seperti itu.
Iya Mas.
Jangan sampai bicara era digital gitu ya, masih bayar apa-apa pakai uang cash. Kan masih seperti itu kenyataannya. Pertanggungjawaban apa segala macam di pemerintah itu kan masih pakai kertas, masih pakai uang cash kadang-kadang. Ya itu sih bukan transformasi digital namanya. Gimmick digital itu namanya. Bukan transformasi digital. Transformasi digital ya kalau kita sudah menggunakan aplikasi ya sudah selesai. Tidak pakai kertas, tidak pakai bolpen. Itu ngisi data jangan berulang-ulang misalnya. Saya pernah dengar speech-nya Presiden Estonia, mantan Presiden Estonia, dia bilang, saya di Estonia average orang mengisi pajak cuma 3 menit melalui platform digital dia. Dibandingin sama Amerika. Di Amerika orang masih butuh 20 menit ngisinya. 20-25 menit. Kami jauh lebih cepat. Nah, berarti kemudahan menggunakan juga hal yang menjadi penting. Bukan hanya sekedar transformasi digital, tapi mindsetnya ngisi formulirnya segala macam masih mindset kelurahan. Ya, repot. Jadi transformasi itu tidak bisa cuman teknologinya saja tadi. Dan ini yang sering salah kaprah. Banyak banget institusi transformasi digital, bikin aplikasi, bikin inisiatif-inisiatif digital, tapi mindsetnya nggak berubah ya. Saru aja yang bohong, kalau kata orang Sunda bilang.
Mas Tama, you get an applause from the audience. I don't know if you can hear it, but what you said is really good. So, Mas Tama, thank you so much for the time. It's such a great insight from you. The main takeaway that I can mention is that digital transformation is not merely just about the technology, but it's about the mindset, behavior, and how you would use the media that you have. Yes.
Proses, ya, bisnis proses yang berubah.
Processing, yes. And then the other point is that otherwise it will be just gimmick or digital gimmick. So everything should be.
I call it digital gimmick lah, bukan transformasi digital itu.
That can be a new buzzword. So yeah, Mas Tama, thank you so much. Unless you have something else to convey to us as the closing remark.
Ya sebagai penutup aja, ya kan kita sering apa-apa nih orang Indonesia ini kan FOMO ya. Selalu FOMO, apa-apa FOMO, lihat apa-apa FOMO gitu ya. Mbak lihat metaverse FOMO semua, metaverse semua gitu kan sekarang. Yang harus kita pahami adalah konteks yang sesungguhnya secara komprehensif mengenai digital. Jangan lupa, digital itu alat untuk menuju suatu tempat atau memudahkan kita untuk mendapatkan sesuatu, bukan tujuan akhir. Nah, kesannya nih pas sekarang ini kesannya digital metaverse dan lain sebagainya itu pemikiran orang udah kayak jadi tujuan akhir. Jangan lupa, pada saat hujan kita tetap perlu berteduh. Ya, pada saat kita kebelet kita masih tetap perlu pipis, gitu ya. Pada saat kita lapar, masih kita butuh makanan betul, nggak bisa makan virtual. Kita jalan-jalan nggak bisa pakai skin. Jadi memang segala sesuatu itu tetap ada fundamentalnya. Gitu. Metaverse mungkin bisa menjadi sesuatu yang menarik nantinya, tetapi bukan itu tujuannya. Tujuan hidup manusia itu bukan seperti itu. Jangan kita FOMO first, istilahnya saya bilang. Jadi kita harus melihat, memahami digital itu secara komprehensif, ya. Bukan segala sesuatu sekarang diversin. Kita harus lihat tujuan hidup kita sebagai manusia. Kita punya kebutuhan yang mendasar. Kenapa ada GoFood sukses? Ya karena benar-benar nganterin makanan yang sesungguhnya. Kenapa Tokopedia sukses? Karena benar-benar nganterin barang yang sesungguhnya, baju yang sesungguhnya. Memang benar ada potensi ekonomi di metaverse yang sangat tinggi. Yes, saya nggak bilang enggak. Saya nggak bilang itu bukan potensi yang hebat, itu luar biasa. Tapi itu bukan tujuan akhir. Tujuan akhirnya adalah kita tetap membutuhkan kebutuhan-kebutuhan yang sejatinya manusia tetap memerlukannya. Sehingga pada saat hujan tetap ada tempat berteduh. Nggak bisa di tanah virtual kita bikin rumah yang bisa buat berteduh pada saat kita kehujanan. Kurang lebih itu penutupnya dari saya. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mas Tama.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Mas Tama, for the insights. And the last remarks for him was about it's about being human again. So thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mas Tama. Now I'm closing the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Makasih semua. Hatur nuhun.
Okay, thank you very much Ibu Dwinita Larasati dan Bapak Wisnu Tama Kusubandio. Please give a warm applause once again, distinguished guests. Thank you Bu Tita, and you may return to your seat. Thank you very much. Yeah, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that was an interesting mini talk show, and now we have come to the end of the first day of Connectivity 2021. And let me inform you that tomorrow we will hold the second day of Connectivity 2022, and we will start at 1 p.m. Indonesia time. We'll start with the panel 3. We will be talking about creative economy and development. There will be 7 speakers and also 1 keynote speech. And the panel 4 is going to be talking about society involvement. And don't forget, tomorrow we'll be also having book and publication launching. And the last agenda for tomorrow's event will be the closing ceremony with the Governor of West Java, the Regional Secretary of West Java Government, and also with the Deputy of International Economic Cooperation from Coordinator Ministry of Economic Affairs to the Republic of Indonesia. And on this delightful day 1 of Connectivity 2022, let me say thank you very much once again to all the honorable guests, the speakers, the moderators, and also to all the participants who have joined us today, both at Gedung Merdeka or online through Webex application, through YouTube Humas Jabar, and also through YouTube Kompas. Please join us again tomorrow, remember, at 1 p.m. Indonesia time. and we will have various of speakers and also new knowledge to share. We sincerely hope that you are having a productive day on day 1 at Connecti City 2022. I'll be signing off right now. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.